what I say, 50% over here. Just with Hex's movements, if it went up to 20 some odd cents, we could be looking at about 5 zeros and a 3-7 there, somewhere around there with Hex movement. So that's pretty good to see. To see those types of moves up to there with current liquidity, guys. So if liquidity changed between where we're looking at now and by the time it starts doing all this stuff, if it decided to start doing all this stuff in a couple of weeks, maybe, and liquidity stayed correlated and it's 50% to Hedron and 60%, let's say 70% to Icosa, then you could expect to probably see these types of things happen, where it goes from its current value up to that 10 to 12% bouncing around between this little region right here. As a matter of fact, this little region right here might be something me as a liquidity provider would see as to being something that I'd want to fill the gap in. So that way, as I know that there's a potential for it to do this through my range, that I'm going to garner and capture all the fees that are coming through during that period of time of potentially $3.3 million of however big of a percentage I decided to add in that range to fill up that gap. Slowing down that volatile area that I was showing you guys between here and here. You know, instead of it just jumping across, it would have to get stuck by me. Like if I came through here and put a big old tower in there, then it would start to slow price down through me until it got to here, and then it would speed up again going through there. Not financial advice. I'm not telling you guys what to do. Do whatever you guys want to do, but this is potential here. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I mean, this is not guaranteed, guys. This is just speculation to this most nth fucking degree of based off of data, right? People are going to do whatever the fuck it is that they're going to do, and I have no idea what the fuck that is. Nor could I ever possibly actually know what people are actually going to do, no matter what any of this stuff actually says for price support. It just means that with what we currently have, it can do more than what it's currently doing. So that's good. Wouldn't it be nice, though, that if in a perfect world, after you look at all that data, that you'd be like, well, all we need to do is just come by like we normally have in these types of volumes and quit fucking around and don't sell and just let shit be the way that it, you know, that it is, and just do it. Are you fucking serious? That you could have these types of movements, right? If you didn't have a bunch of traders inside your asset that just came in and wrecked momentum, right? That you could just have, I mean, across 3 different asset pairs, you got traders here, you got traders here, you got traders there. I mean, you just can't avoid them. And some people aren't even traders. They just like they had some shit happen and they just needed asset value. Like they lost their job and they need to pay their bills and they don't want to sell their assets because they've been building them for a while, but they have to, right? And they're not necessarily traders, but it can kill momentum to have those things happen, right? That's why Buckfoot says he doesn't like poor people. He's not trying to be mean, but he would rather see these prices, right? He'd rather Hex be 21 cents. And in the meantime, while Hex is at 21 cents, you knock a whole nother new position into Hedron again, being at 0.5 zeros and a 3. Well, when's the last time that we were there? 0.5 zeros and a 3 was November of last year, right? So that would be nice to get back there again and get back up to here, and then maybe get back up into this range again too. As you can see, market makers were more than happy to provide that type of asset value there. And we waited a whole damn year almost for all this to happen, right? What was it? March, April, May, June, July, August, September. So 7 months 8 months for all that. And then this again, which is actually a way higher low, way higher low than what we had before. So what do you think that could be the potential here when we go back into the bull for the way higher high? Knock a zero off, go way up here, easily potential. We just need to get momentum going, allow for the market makers to gather up more of their assets, provide them in the front, connect and correlate these things back to Hex. Let Hex give itself some time and some momentum to continue to have itself a higher local high and less of a lower local low than what it's currently had. It's been a while since it's been back to these types of ranges since we had the big fall off back in May of 2022, right? So sentiments getting there. This is quite steep, right? That's quite serious jump that we had, but we're still holding pretty good. So that's good. So yeah, it'd be really nice to be able to see these types of things happen again. Like I said, we're supported all the way up to $1.30. So we could easily get back up to $1.20. Like I said, 5 zeros and a 3, and about 21 cents here on Hex. And is that going to happen? I don't know. Can it happen? Yes. That's all I can really tell you. So that's my weather forecast for right now, for today. And anyone have any questions? Anyone? It's been really quiet. There could be literally nobody in the chat right now. I have no fucking idea.
Here we go. We're here. Thank you for breakdown.
Yeah, no problem. That's not what I wanted.
And so we have seen now that under 3 cents, there's like no support.
Yeah.
But what about the V2 liquidity?
Well, V2 is all you really need to do is go see how much volume is in V2, and that's a flat line, right? So there's support through. I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you one time, okay? When it comes to V2, it's from absolute zero. Absolute zero looks like this. And I'm going to do this in this screen, even though it doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That is absolute zero. 18 zeros, right? And it supports the price all the way to infinity. So if there's any amount of V2, then yes, there's price support across from here to here. Does that make sense? That's an easy one.
Yep.
Yeah. V3 is way more complicated to actually understand how it works and why and all the stuff and what you need to do. And now after just saying that right there, do you guys see what I mean by V2 is way less risky and V3 is a lot more risky? Because literally V2 explanation is this simple. This is where support's at. And here it's so complicated. I mean, you got to go look at every single individual fucking person. Every single one of these people has a different mentality. What are they trying to do? What are they trying to accomplish? Who fucking knows? Who is where? Who is this guy? How many guys are here? How many guys and gals sit in these ticks here? It could be one person. It could be 3. It could be 10. You know, I don't know. Like I could go and look at every single ad for the last 10 days and every single remove for the last, I mean, seriously, for the last 35 days, I could look at every single remove, go to Etherscan, go to a certain website that I've already showed you guys before. The fuck is it? Did I close it? Ah, fuck it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we go. So you could come to this fancy handy dandy little tool here called revert.finance, and you could go into, let's stick with hex. What is this? The 0.3. Nah. Let's go to here, to this bad boy. Okay, so we saw that in the ads that there was some pretty big movements that came in here. Where is the $1 million one? 1.36 million. So 1.36 million. 3A2. Oh, I've seen him before. Okay. 3A2C. So we'll take his address and copy that. Because as you can see, that we can see that there was an ad of liquidity of this amount of hex and this small amount of USDC. But it doesn't tell you where. You have no idea what, where, why, anything about him 3 days ago, right? But if we come here and we throw this sucker in there and paste his address in there, hit go, and something really, really cool happens. And this is for the particularly nerdy folks here. And yes, it does take a while, especially if the person has massive amounts of information for it to fetch. This person can have hundreds of liquidity positions open, and it's pulling all the information for every single fucking one of their open positions. Also, every single bit of information for all the positions they've ever had in the history of their entire account. This is a dirty little front run tool. Man, maybe I should have chose a smaller one. Just let that work for a second. Let's go check somebody else. So this is a million hacks, 82,000. So this particular person, COE, let's go check him out too. Still not done. See how fast that one was? So as you can see, this says open positions here, that there's 24 of them open. This is the guy that I'm assuming is the OA. The particular individual, I think, is the OA. So this shows you all of the OA's positions. And as you can see, when they open those positions, they made those positions out of range. So it's already telling you that it's out of range. So here's all those positions that are right here, out of range. As you can see, they're all about the same value. Exactly. This is what makes me think it's the OA, because it's incredibly very static like that. And then you can see all of the closed positions that they had, which there's only one, but like I was showing you guys before, that this is a relatively 48 transactions. I think it'll show me all of them. That this particular account was opened 35 days ago and moved from this wallet. So if you wanted to track back where all the assets came into this, you can go back to this wallet address here, which is this one, right? And then you can track even further back as to where this came from, which is probably an exchange if you clicked on it, right? And click on that and see that there's 156 transactions from this particular wallet, right? And then you can even copy and paste this into revert.finance too, and track and see if it has any open or closed positions on that particular wallet address too. But then you can go to do the same thing that I just did before, view all the transactions. This one has 4 pages, so we'll just go to last, go to the very bottom, and as you can see, an exchange, like I said, Kraken. So Godwell tends to use Kraken quite a bit. I noticed the OA does have some connections through Kraken, a couple of different exchanges. In my opinion, this may not be true, but through my tracking of it, it's got some very interesting connections through some very interesting things that have been happening in the last year or two. So, some of those things that were failing that Richard Hart was warning everybody about, there could have been a good valid reason for that, because it had its little fingertips inside of all those things to see what they were doing and knowing exactly what the potential was. Which, if you take time, hours and hours and hours to go through a lot of the stuff to get to where you see what I'm seeing here, and then being able to take some of this information and go overlap it into a different website, which it's called Breadcrumbs, then you can get some pretty interesting things. Let me see. Closed. Reopen closed. Reopen closed. Go ahead and close that out for now. Oh, did it pop it open? Son of a bitch. Damn it. Oh, I guess I could just. Oh, well, I guess I could just do this. Hey, you're okay. You're okay, sweetie. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, now it's done with that particular guy. But in the OAs, open liquidity positions, you can expand every single one of these if you really wanted to go that far. But in these things, you can see where their ranges are. Remember when I was telling you that when you come into here and you see that, like, there's this that was added there at this particular time, but it doesn't tell you when, where, or what. It doesn't tell you much information at all. That when you come in here, you can see everything, exactly where their range is on the high side of where they put liquidity and the low side of where they put liquidity, and where the current price is currently at right here in the green. It also shows you here where the maximum side is and where their minimum side is, which would be here and here. Their max and min, which is here. Max is there. Min is there, which it's kind of off a little bit. As you can see, it's supposed to be over here. But it shows you exactly what's going on there with that. And it also tells you this kind of cool shit. Like, You could see how long their position's been open, see how much in fees that they actually garnered, how much they claimed here, how much they actually gotten without claiming it, their total fees. It'll be able to tell you their profits and loss, their total profits and loss since they opened it up. Let's go see this guy. This guy's in range. So this is the big 1.4 million that put in their assets in hex. So if we go look at this guy, you can see that he is a part of this 1% here. So if I wanted to identify, remember I was telling you before that you just don't know how many people are in here and where they're at and all these things just by looking at this. Well, I mean, that's necessarily true if you've only been educated by me as far as me showing you this and showing you this and what it all means, right? But when you get into the more intricate parts of the what data you could actually look at, this is more into the market maker side of more data, more information, more stuff to minimize your risk, right? Then you get into looking at this and I go, okay, this particular wallet address is this guy between these prices. You see this here, Hex USDC at 8 cents to USDC Hex for 11 per, right? So it tells you here where their price ranges are between 7 cents or 8, yeah, more or less 8 cents and 10 cents. So if we went back in here, oops, that we'd see that this guy is between about here and here. 8 to 10 is this one position that's here. And it tells you how much fees that they've gotten in the last 3 days, that they have claimed fees. They have actually removed some of their liquidity in that range. And then they've also got built up more. And this is the total of what they've currently had. So they've gained 11,300 in USDC and 83,059 hex, which is about $7,000, $7,500. If they hadn't removed the fees, if they haven't claimed any fees, then this probably wouldn't look so fucked up, right? It wouldn't be showing a total, profits and loss of 14,000. As you can see that their APR is 156%. Really good. And that's from fees only, as it says right there. So you can see exactly where they're at, what their position is, what they've gained. And I'm sorry if this is one of you guys. I don't mean to be exposing yourself. Just do not speak up right now. Don't even express your disapproval of me exposing your position. I won't be going too far into your account if that's the case. But they do have 8 positions open right now. So you could actually expand and see exactly where every single position that they have is open. As you can see, this is a Zenian. They're also a market maker for Zen as well. I mean, why not? You got free shit, right? You might as well use it. Garner some fees off of it because it ain't making you any money. Oh shit. You know what? Maybe I will expose this account. There's some PLSD up in that shit. Oh, they're about to fall out of range. And they have, look at that, 509 exited position LP positions. If I were to click this on, this is why it took so damn long to have this one show up. But if I was to click on this, which I just did, which might have been a mistake. Oh, there we go. It'll show you every single position that they've ever had through the entire history of this whole entire account. So I can, if I really was inclined to do like a silver the antidote thing on this one account, this is how you end up spending thousands of hours tracking things through the blockchain. Is if I wanted to get the sentiment of this particular individual just on their market making capabilities and then track their wallet on their market buying and selling sentiment and actually allocate whether this guy was a danger, was a community member, was positive or negative in any type of way, I would be the most accurate on pinpointing the mentality of this particular individual just because of all of this stuff here. I would be able to tell you exactly what they liked, where they like to do it, why they like to do it, how they like to do it, when they like to do it. But even though I could, it doesn't mean I will. I don't really give a shit. 509, it's not really something I would care to go through. But I mean, looking at their P&Ls and what they've done, I can tell you whether they're a good market maker or not. Because as you can see, more green means that they're doing a great job. More red is bad job or a mistake that they made. Like Maxi Hex, it might have been a mistake, but not that big of a one because these tend to travel together. So it's not that risky to go into these because they pretty well travel pretty much together. So I probably would have done this. So I don't even mark this red one against them. Like it's not a bad deal. This one, who knows? Probably got liquidated through the last market movements that we had. So there's a lot of green here, and their reds are not that bad. Look at that one, $373,000 on Hex USDC 1%. Not bad, not fucking bad at all. But how long did they have it open for? Potentially almost a whole year. So that's not bad. But they did really good. I mean, imagine making these types of returns just for having a liquidity position open for your year. This is your year salary. Not bad.
Pretty dope, the amount of information on those, on each position.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I can go back up here. Since I expanded them, I might as well kind of go through them, huh? Okay, so the very first one, we saw that he was between 8 cents and 10 cents on this particular one here. Obviously is pulling fees from it, so doing a pretty good job. Typically, if I was pulling fees from something, I would be adding it into new position or going into V2 or selling it into maybe Hedron or Icosa and going back into those. But this particular person doesn't seem to be doing any of that. And this here is probably not market buys. This is probably something that they had done for free stuff that they had, more than likely. I can't be one to speculate too far into that, but so 8 to 10 cents on that one, doing pretty good. This one they also claimed fees on, which is good. Also stacked on top of his own pair, 8 to 10 cents. Currently in range on both. About to fall out on the high side there. About to fall out on the high side there a little bit though. As you can see, there's the OAs liquidity next to him there. He's probably not too happy about that, but whatever. What can you do? This one, so this is the 1% pair. And as you can see, there's the OA there. Here's that OA liquidity wall there. We'll come back over to this guy and we'll look at the next one down. As you can see here, this one is the 0.3%. As you can see, it looks just like this. All right. So now we can see that what they're doing is trying to hold the price between 8 cents and 10 cents. How do I know that? Because he's actually providing liquidity between both of these. 8 and 10 cents here, between here and here. So this is all, you see this stack here that's higher than the rest of these here? This is pretty much them. There's obviously other people that are there. As you can see, there's higher stacks there. There's this little bump up there and all that. Like, this is obviously not one person, but the majority of this that's in there is that one person, that one individual. It started all as hex. So when we were down at 7 cents like a week ago, and they added that in there, they're already in huge amounts of profit watching this go through them and bounce back and forth between his range there. So this one he's making pretty good money on, and we can verify that. What's going on? There we go. Through their total fees here. So within how long have they had this open? Within the last 3 days, they've made about $7 grand. 18, about $26,000 in 3 days, just between the 8 and 10 cent movements there in just these two liquidity positions there. And there's more. So they're in Hedron USDC in the Uniswap B3 pool on the 1%. And they are providing liquidity they put in $310,000 of pooled assets. This might be the SA. No shit. Yeah, this might be the SA, guys. Just a speculative thought that I just had.
Wait, what makes you think that?
Huh?
What makes you think that?
Because this is almost all the liquidity. The USDC pair. It's on 1%. So let's go see. 1% pool total value locked in the 1% pool is 949,000. And this guy here is a third of it. Maybe it's not. I mean, it would make sense that it is, right? I mean, I don't know. It would just make sense. I mean, like I said, it's speculative thought process. That's all. Just occurred to me, to think maybe that it's. I don't know. I could be wrong, since I don't know. If I ask Nomad Shanty, then he would probably be able to verify that for me, whether it was or not, because he actually he's the one that I would trust to actually file all that information. Right. Whenever I hear somebody in the chat or see somebody type in the chat like some information that would be able to dox that particular person, and I'm like, I wouldn't do that. It's not because I'm gonna calculably take your information and put it down, but I do know that there are people out there that will, and I'm not saying Nomad Shanty will do that to you. I'm just saying that I know that he's a very smart motherfucker, and he is more than capable of being able to collect massive amounts of data, and he'll just sit in the background and you'll have no idea what's going on. But he'll use it for himself. He's very, very, very extremely smart kid. So even if I wanted to confirm certain stuff, I would go to him, and I don't go to. I will tell you guys, I do not confide or go to very many people for information at all. As you can see, I don't really need to. But if I was so inquisitive, then I would utilize him for sure on that type of stuff. And he would just be like, yeah, this is definitely an SA account that I have tracked down. But I'll probably forget that I even had this conversation with you guys through the rest of. I'm about to get busy here, here in a little bit, because I got some things I got to handle, and I'll probably totally forget about this by the time we come back and prices moved, and you guys are asking me all sorts of other questions that have nothing to do with any of this. Later on tonight, when I come back to check up on you guys and see if anybody has said anything or done anything, or whether I need to warn somebody for some dumb shit that they maybe said inside the chat that may be considered fuddish, and then try to get Jawa off of him before he bans another person out of the chat for maybe saying something that's not fuddy but could be construed as. Anyway, now I'm trying to be funny, but whatever. Bull markets to bear markets to bull markets. Sometimes you got to chain your brain to think one way or the other about how people are actually trying to say stuff. And then obviously you don't want a bunch of Gunthers in here trying to FUD people to get them to sell just so that that person can buy at a lower price point, or vice versa. Try to get people to buy so that they can sell on your head at a higher price point.
Yeah, so I agree with that. It's not always easy to find a right balance as a moderator without impeding freedom of speech too much.
Yeah, I mean, really, we could just be like really raw about it and be like, we don't care about your free speech because you don't have free speech here. Like, this is Alex's room, and in his rules, he says don't FUD, and he leaves it to us to determine whether it's FUD or not. Then you guys really have to be worried about what us moderators think. It doesn't matter what you think. It only matters what we think. Because I can tell you right now that if you went to an argument with Alex, if we all got together and we're sitting in a room with Alex, like literally physically face to face, and you gave your position and I gave my position, who do you think that Alex is going to side with? His moderators, his admins, or a community member? And I could just tell you right now, it's going to be the admins. He's going to side with us every single time, because that's the reasons why he's already made the decision to allow for us to be admins, because he trusts for us to have good judgment. And then he also trusts for us to police each other when, like, maybe an admin went too far, it maybe misunderstood something, and then we got to tell them, hey, knock it off, right? Slow it down, or at least give us a position that makes us understand the reasons why you did what you did. Usually if there's anybody that I ban or got into a position where I had already warned them, other than exclamation mark warn, you guys may notice that I may like tell somebody just straight out without warning them that the path that you're currently that you're going down talking to me in a specific way doesn't behoove your availability to be in this chat any longer. So I would just knock it off. And then if they continue, I might warn them. Very rarely do I just come out of nowhere and warn somebody. But I mean, there's some admins like Jawa that just don't play that shit. He doesn't play around at all. He just fucking warn left and right and expects people to just follow the rules, and that's it. Where some of us might be a little bit more relaxed, a little bit, I don't want to say level-headed, because it's not like Jawa isn't level-headed when it comes to certain things, but like some of us have been in the community for longer than each other, and we know our community members more. So like we get like, yeah, it looks like FUD to a bunch of people, but really it's not, because that's just the type of person that it is, right? Like Buck Fudd. Everyone knows that he's just an asshole to people because he doesn't like people. But then most 99% of the people know that and they just laugh about it. Well, what about the new guy that comes in? The brand new, fresh person that comes in that's like, I don't know anything about Icosa or Hedron. I just bought some hex like a week ago, and now somebody's telling me about it. I just want to come in here and learn about it. And you see a bunch of shit that we've all known each other for 3 years, and we're talking about all this stuff, and it just looks like we're arguing with each other when we're really not, because we're just poking fun with each other like best friends would do. And they're like, God, you guys are fucking angry, right? And we have to realize that happens. That dynamic happens a lot. So
Yeah, it hurts a little bit when you're a virgin, right?
yeah, we'll just leave that one there. So, okay. Hedron USDC. We see that that person's there. We already established. Did we establish where they're at? They're at 5 zeros and a 3. See, they're even supporting all the way up to 5 zeros and a 3 3. That's good. And supporting down to 5 zeros and a 1. So 5 zeros and a 3 3 to 5 zeros and a 1. That's a big range. See, okay, so this will give you kind of an idea of what a good market maker would do for spreading their range. So 5 0 and a 1 to 5 zeros and a 3 3 is 236% spread on your when you provide liquidity, right? That's a pretty big range there. Always going to be garnering fees. So maybe, I guess potentially, if you guys go and kind of do some of the stuff that I'm showing you here, that it can, if you go look at smart other good market makers and see how they do it, and what types of ranges they are, and the types of money that they're playing with. I mean, this is not chump change, right? And as you can see, they were absolutely correct on their support levels that they put in there. Where did price go? Like it, when they were there, why did they decide to go there? You know, remember that this has been open for 91 days, right? How many days back is this, right? How many, anyone do that was three months ago, pretty much from today. 91 days. That would have been January 19th. So this guy's been here since right there. Right there in that position is when they opened it. So, I mean, they're right on the money to the top, right back down into the center. So this particular person knows exactly what they're doing. And I mean, even though we're looking at this here for this range of where liquidity is currently at, between that 0.3, let me go see. So they're from here to there. So that's actually backwards over here. Is it? Yeah. So they're from like here to here. From here, right about there to about here. In there, supporting all this price through here. But they've been pretty much right on the money with what they're doing. So that's nice to see. It's good. It's a good hope for mankind to see people doing this. So that's good. They made some They made some really good fucking money off of this position. 58,000 in Hedron, 36,000 in USDC. Really good. This person knows what they're doing. This one is out of range. If it was between this purple and that purple, if price was, then they'd be in range, but they're not. This one was been opened 4 days ago. They're kind of missing the mark on this one. Price is actually just below it. If ETH goes up in price from where we're currently at, then it would go back into range again. I think that's probably what they expect. Do I have ETH up here? I don't. I do not. Oh, I already had it open. Okay. This here's something really neat, really cool to see. This is suspected OA wallet connections. Every single one of those little lines is a connection to another wallet, and then a separation from another wallet to another wallet, all to the hex contract, and then to another contract, and then back out again. If you guys thought that it was easy to track the OA, it is not, as you can see.
Holy moly.
So when somebody tells you some stuff like it only took 30,000 ETH to go from the 1.5 cent price to the 52-cent price, and they go that these wallets are holding millions of ETH in them, and they go get ready for Hex to hit the fucking moon. Eventually, at some point in time, when after Pulse Chain launches and all this stuff's ready to go, and all this nonsense that everyone's like, "That's bullshit. You don't know what you're fucking talking about." Don't listen to the people that are fucking talking nonsense about this. You don't know what you're talking about. Because maybe some of us, when we say things like, "If you guys only knew what we knew," that sometimes some people have put in literally thousands of hours of being able to make cool things like this to actually know better than the rest of you on what we're talking about. And this is why we are diehard Hexicans. So I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty of this because this is more of a holy grail type of thing that if you guys want this type of shit, you're going to have to do all that work on your own. I just thought it'd be neat to show you guys that there is more hope for really, really, really cool shit in the future to happen when, like I said, it only took 30,000 ETH to go to our last all-time high. And these particular wallets literally hold on to millions of ETH. Where did all the ETH go? You're about to find out. You are about to find out that the particular people who are managing the availability for price appreciation and future asset returns, when let's just say that when Richard Hart cares about his community and the one thing that he can put on his shoulders as his best accomplishment in the history of all the things that he's been involved in and has done, it isn't Hex. His greatest accomplishment isn't Hex. His greatest accomplishment won't be Pulse. His greatest accomplishment won't be that he was the supposed scam king of the guy that created pop-ups back in the day, which really would have been awesome, right? Like to be the guy that created the Post-it, right? Become a billionaire off of creating paper that just had some sticky tack on the top of it. That's pretty much the same thing. Ad revenue. He created that. Not even his greatest accomplishment. Some people may hate that, but I mean, it's quite the accomplishment. He considers his greatest accomplishment the Hex community. And if you think that he isn't going to do everything in his power to make sure that we're healthy, wealthy, and wise, then you're probably just not on the right side of history quite yet. And you will be eventually. But gotta love blockchain, man. Can't hide from nobody. So then you got some Zen in there. Let's just check and see. They're making some money off of Zen too. Look at that. Hey, somebody figured out how to make money off of Zen. Neat. Within the last eight and a half days, pretty much. Almost 10 grand. Pretty neat. And that's a very small. Look at that. This is such a small position that you can't even see it. Can I even widen it out enough to spread it? Let me see it. Let me see. Oh my gosh. Look how small that position is. So small, very small position. But I mean, this is the low end, right? They're banking on Zen is, it just keeps falling. It's the fall to zero token. So yeah. So they're making quite a bit of profit off of that thing getting less and less, lower and lower in price. That's cool. This is really neat to go through. This is a smart motherfucker doing this. Pretty neat. Took a little sliver of where all these people are currently at.
Totally different once you have zoomed in.
Yeah. Yeah, no shit. Zen ETH, they did the same thing here. Probably stacked right on top of themselves. Made another 4 grand off of that. So, and you notice that like this 2,500 is already USDC. They don't even need to sell the Zen and lower the price on themselves and keep themselves in range, right? And then they can just take the Zen that they have and go reappropriate it back into the, either add it to the current position that they currently have or go open up a whole new position like in a different pool, right? If they wanted to. Instead of USDC, they can go into ETH, and then they can take the ETH that they have in this pool or the extra Zen that they have and go add it into a different ETH pool over here with USDC. Maybe that could be how they're gaining their USDC to go into this pool to be able to add this position through their Zen ETH pool that they have over here because they've already made 1 ETH in fees. Like, and then there's PLSD USDC. Like, they've got nothing. This is not a good position. When did they open this? 16.2 days. This is like their worst position that I've seen so far that they've had. I mean, it's not bad. They're still in the green, so that's good. But I mean, their ROI is only 5%. It's not the best. It's not 28%. Zen is pulling in about Zen's return ROI is pulling about the same thing as what PLSD does for a market maker right now. So not great, not good. USDC is even worse. 8% on Hedron. Like I said, this guy's been pulling fees, so that kind of fucked the availability to see what they actually have. But they've got a good APR on that. Really good APR on that. Good APR on that. Not bad there, too. Not a bad pull. Really good on Zen. Really good. Not bad. Really good on the PLSD. This is be all their claimed rewards. That's a weird one. I've never seen that before. Not one of these. Wonder if that's an actual pair. Oh, it is. Okay. But as you can see, like there's a lot of stuff that you can look at in here.
Executioner
Mhm.
King. Love this information, man. It's awesome. But I was wondering, how would you provide liquidity differently in, say, a market that's peaked and is going down, different from, say, we are now polar opposite, we're in the bottom going up? Can you explain maybe how you would do liquidity different in those markets?
Um, well, I think it depends on what I wanted to do. If the market is if it's peaked and it's on its way down, um, then it would be too late for me to DCA out because market trends on the way down is a good time for you to be able to DCA in because prices are going down and you can get more asset for your dollar as prices go down. So when you provide liquidity, then you're going to go put it right on the price, right? Typically, you'd put it right near the price somewhere. So let me see if I can give a good example without making it confusing. Okay, so as we know that all of this above the red line is asset, right? It's hex, right? And everything below is USDC. So if you're going to go provide liquidity and you want to sell hex, right? You want to be on your way out. You can't put hex below the price. And if price is going down, then you can't provide liquidity to get out. Does that make sense? Price has to go up and sell your assets to get out. Everything below the price is going to be USDC. So if you add liquidity, then anything below, if price starts going down, is going to be actually getting you more assets. That's why I say that to DCA is the best mentality that you need to have, right? And you need to know that to be able to DCA is to DCA when markets are going down to get into a product, to get into an asset. And when prices are going up is to DCA out because now it is turning like way down here at this time where price was around 3 cents, or let's say that that's 3 cents here. And then we went up all the way up to 9 cents here, right? If you put all your assets from 3 cents to 9 cents, then you would have sold all that hex between 3 cents and 9 cents, and you would have effectively gotten yourself out of that position, right? You would have DCA'd out into USDC, which, as you can see, this is all USDC now, and it would have all been hex from the 3 cents. So if I wanted to DCA out now, right, then I would have to go and let's say that I'm confident. Let's say that this, instead of this happening, that what we've had for the last month and a half into April 15th is sideways movement here, right? And I'm like, well, I don't know if it's going to go up. I don't know if it's going to go down, but I'm ready to DCA out. And I'm thinking that we're back in the bullish market and I can sell assets without market selling them through liquidity. So what I would end up doing is I'd end up taking hex or Hedron or any asset, doesn't matter, whatever, as long as it's not a stable token, and go put it above the price. And if I put it between 9 cents and 18 cents, and price actually moves from 9 cents to 18 cents, then it would have been selling that asset all the way, every single tick, all the way up to 18 cents. So let's say I had 100 hex, right? Is it going to be selling all that 100 hex for 18 cents a piece? No. It's going to sell a few of them for 9, a few of them for 9.9, a few of them for 10, a few of them for 10 and a half, a few of them for 11, a few of them for 12, 13, a few of them for 14, a few of them for 14 and a half, 14 for 15, for 16, and every price in between there, all the way up to 18 cents. It would have literally spread it across, just kind of like how you see the OA kind of doing it like this instead, by opening up multiple positions at different ratios all the way up instead of allowing for it to spread it on its own, because it would spread it flat, right? So what you're going to end up getting between 9 cents and 18 cents is an average of exactly half, which is 9, so 4.5, so 9, 10.5, 11.5, 12, 13. So I would have sold it for 13.5 cents, even though it went up to 18 cents. That my overall average of that 100 hex that I sold between 9 cents and 10 cents would have sold for 13.5 cents. Am I okay with that? Well, yeah, if I'm on my way out, then fuck it. Yeah. I don't care that it went to 18 cents. Anyway, I'm not worried about impermanent loss. I'm not upset that I could have just held on to them and then market dumped my 100 hex at 18 cents because I had already made the decision that I'm going to use liquidity to get rid of my 100 hex. Let's say hex is fucking millions of dollars per one, right? And 100 hex is viable. Or let's just actually make it more viable and say I've got millions of hex instead of just 100. I was using 100 to make it more simple, but I've got millions of hex and I put it all between 9 and 10 cents, 9 and 18 cents. And then I sell it for 13 cents and a half. In the average between those two price ranges that I actually spread it across. Mind you, I could have spread my range from 9 to 27 cents, 9 to $1, 9 cents to $1, or from 9 cents to 10 cents. And then I would have not gotten my 13.5 cents average if I would have done it from 9 to 18 cents. But if I did it from 9 cents to 10 cents, then what's the likelihood of us actually moving price from 9 cents to 10 cents and me actually cashing out when I wanted to? Maybe like a market seller, they're okay with taking that whole million hex and selling it for 9 cents and moving the price down here. But instead, I could just put it between 9 and 11 cents. And then by the time it goes to 11 cents, I sold everything for 10 cents anyway. I didn't sell it for 9, I sold it for 10. So I actually got more value and I didn't push the price down. All I did was put liquidity in, price went to 11 cents, I removed it, and it caused more volatility because I removed my assets. Now, is there volatility right now between 9 and 11 cents? No. So if I went and added a million hex up here to the top of it, and this is the 1%, as you can see, and this is the 0.3%. So like literally think about all the hex that's in this pair just added to this little tick that you can't see there because this is really expounded forward, right? So it's not a market set, right? It's just liquidity. So when I remove my million hex, it goes back to where we currently are right here, and it's not adding any extra volatility. I'm not doing anything with price, and I got an average of the 10 cents anyway. So I'm particularly happy. Somebody is chewing with their mic open. I just want you to know that that's gross. Please mute your mic.
Sorry, man. My bad. I didn't realize it.
That's okay. It's okay.
That must have been disgusting. Sorry.
It's fine. At least you weren't like doxing yourself or, in your
Dude,
law.
it could have been a lot worse, I promise.
It's happened. Believe me, it's happened. So the same thing as the reverse side. Like if you're trying to DCA in by adding USDC, obviously it makes more sense that as price goes down, like you want to put in your asset value on the underside of price before it goes down, right? So if I was to see that we had this volatile open zone that was here, let's say, and price was already up here, then I might go fill in this spot with USDC to allow for price to go through me because I know that it's more volatile down here. Like I may not put a big fuck shit stack here because then that's going to be causing support, right? It means price is going to move slower through me. But if I put a little bit in there, not reducing all volatility between here and here, but still remaining with some volatility so price will move quickly through me, then I can probably have a higher success rate of actually getting out if price was already at 14 cents and it fell back down to 10. And then I would be buying hex at that point in time at an average of 12 cents, not at 14 cents, and not at 10, which would be better, but I'd get what I wanted at 12 cents. Right. And I wouldn't be market buying the asset and pushing price up against me. I would just remove liquidity as soon as it went through me and then just consider that a limit order, right? But if you wanted to be like, and that's good for V3, right? For what we're seeing here on how you would play this as a tool, that's how you would want to use this. If you wanted to be a long-term market maker and minimize your risk as much as possible, I would say that you can fuck around with V3 if you want, realize that it's like 500 500,000% more likely that you're going to incur some sort of extra added risk to your portfolio by doing that for permanent loss purposes, as opposed to doing V2. V2 is like 5% risk. Like, imagine that. I'm not even really with the numbers. I'm not exacerbating it. 500,000% more risky in V3, 5% in V2. Okay. So V2 is for long-term market makers, long-term liquidity providers that aren't using it to sell and buy assets across certain price ranges. They're literally there to be support for all prices at all times. They want to be garnering and assuming fees at all times. If you want to get more fees faster with concentrated liquidity, then V3 is the only way that you can do it. But like I said, it's going to be a lot more risky. If your intention is to only garner fees through V3, and you have to have these concentrated liquidity positions, like we just looked at the Zen one, I had to zoom in so much just to be able to see how concentrated that guy's position was. Then if price moves just a little tiny bit, then you're already out of range and you're not getting fees anymore. And if your intention was to go into V3 to try to garner and gather up as much fees as you possibly could, and you had such a small little concentrated position and price just moved through you, then you're already in impermanent loss, because now price is now higher than what you were trying to sell at. And you could have just held on to the assets and just gained price appreciation and market sold the shit, right? And then push price back down into your, I don't want to get into that. I'm not going to tell you how market makers can do what I just said, but not close their position to push price back down into their own positions. Kind of manipulating price, but it's not really manipulation. It's more like you're trying to mitigate your impermanent loss by using more assets you had on the side to push yourself back into the range that you had because you made a fucking stupid mistake. And you're learning that as you did it. And then now you have to push price back into you to be able to remove your assets so you can either go into V2 or spread your range further, because you didn't realize that where you put it was in a highly volatile area. But if you want to sell and you want to buy, then if you want to sell, then putting up assets in this little choke point that's here, which, like I said, these prices, I did this in 15 minutes this morning while in the chat. So it's not exact, right? So what I pointed out this morning was that if you look through all three of these, which is the Hex USDC on the 0.3%, the Hex USDC on the 1%, and the Hex DAI on the 1%. What we see here is current price is currently at 9, and then we're supported up to 10 cents. And then we're not supported much here until we get to 17 cents. So 10 to 17. We go to here, price is at 9, obviously. We lose support at about almost 10 cents. And we gain it back with this OA support wall at about 12 cents. So 10 to 12 cents. The other one was 10 to 17, 10 to 12. High volatility, not much support. Price is currently here at 9. It gets support at 12. So as you can see through the DAI, the 1% USDC, and the 0.3% USDC, that after 10 cents to 12 cents, here to here, there's not much support. 10 cents to 12 cents, here to here, which is about halfway through this little hole here, not much support. Here, between 10 cents and 12 cents, not much support, right? That means through the majority of your stable pairs, which is this one, and this one, which is about So 600,000, that's 5.1. So about $12 million of the $23 million that's there. It's about half of the liquidity that's there. As you can see, there's another about 10 million that's in the ETH pair. So there's more stable pairing than there is in the ETH. But as we go through the rest of this garbage, you can see that there's random outliers there that have a significant amount compared to their own asset of value. And as you can see, Hedron has almost $1 million in its own pair there as well. So that's pretty significant considering, you know, that it's like almost a quarter of one of the ETH pairs. It's like a fifth of one of the major biggest USDC pairs that we have. Like another fifth of one of the major ETH pairs that it has. So Hedron's pretty locked in pretty well. But either way, to see that hole that's there between the major stable pairs with Hex would be something that would be pertinent to look at if you were in maybe wanting to create support, or as a market maker, or if you wanted to sell assets up to 12 cents, between 10 and 12 cents, capturing an average of 11 cents. Meaning that if price is at 9 and it goes to 12 and you remove your liquidity, then you effectively sold all the Hex that you put in that range for a value of 11 cents. And you were successful in being able to sell your Hex without actually affecting the price through a market sell. If you have a if you're a big player and you have millions of dollars worth of Hex and you don't want to be the one that sinks the price, then that would be a smart move for you to do, right? Especially since there's already a hole that's here between here and there. I mean, obviously there's 20,000, 30,000 per tick, 25,000 per tick already that's in there, but you could add value to more support. I mean, if you put another 25,000 on top of it per tick, which is every 4 ticks, 100,000. So let's say that this is about a little over $200,000 worth of space, but really you're going through here. So maybe you doubled that up there and you put in 50, 100, you put in $400,000. It doesn't even come up to the bottom of this OA wall. So obviously there's still a little bit of volatility that's there with the price movements that we currently had on this big one that went from there to there. I mean, it only took a couple of days to move from 6 to 9. So you're just barely even, still a small fish in a big giant pond. Imagine this is a whale. This is a whale and you're just a tuna, right? Like a 8-foot tuna sitting in here. Like this guy can eat you. This guy can eat you. You're good with being able to, you're not slowing the price down enough. So you're good, right? You're going to be able to sell $500,000 worth of Hex between 10 cents and 12 cents. No problem. As long as price moves through it. It would be a lot easier to allow for people who are all getting all hyped and excited about Hex to come through and have less slippage on the price support that you're putting through there at that time that it goes through. And then when you remove it and it causes volatility, what's probably going to happen is price is going to fall back down to here. Because if you do a big old market sell and it causes red candles, you're going to freak out the other traders and they're going to sell into it until it smacks this. And then it'll go right back to 9.5 cents. And then buyers that are going to see that, because if it goes to 12 cents, all the buyers are going to be like, well, fuck, I remember when I didn't want to buy at 5 because it was too expensive, because it was just 3 cents like a month ago or 2 months ago. But now that it's 9 cents and I started to get nervous because I thought maybe I lost my chance to buy 6-cent Hex, like it went all the way to 12 cents. But now that I just saw it go to 9, I'm not going to sit on my hands anymore and I'm going to actually buy. But then you removed all this, but they're not paying attention. Like you already made your deal. You sold $500,000 worth of Hex at 11 cents and you're sitting pretty, right? You're happy with that. It went back up to 12 cents and those people are shitting in their pants because they had 3-cent Hex they could have bought, they didn't. They had 6-cent Hex they could have bought and they didn't. They had 9-cent Hex they could have bought and they didn't. And now it went to 12 cents and they're like, fuck me, it went back to 9 cents, I'm buying it. Now it's all volatile, they shoot it back up to 12 cents again. And not only they do it, but a lot of other people are psychologically doing the same thing to themselves. And this is We used to do this, be like, psychology, don't do this to yourself. It's more healthy to think this way than that way. Learn to DCA, da 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 da. And we constantly are telling that to people, which means that it's a very big psychological thing. Like, if you think that you're the only person that thought that process when you watched it go from 3 cents to 6 cents, 6 cents to 9, and then shortly 9 cents to 12, you are part of the majority. And people like me and other people that utilize that psychology to understand how to do all these things know that when you guys start freaking out, that you all start freaking out together, and you guys push these things in weird directions. Not weird directions, expected directions, I guess. So I know that you had what seemed like a very simple question, and now I've went and droned on for about 15, 20 minutes on things that I find very relevant in being able to answer the question. But yeah, if you want to sell assets while market is going down, then you can't really do it. You can't do it through liquidity, because you could, like I said, you can only put USDC under the price, which gives price support, which means you're going to be buying if you put it in there, right? Same thing on the other side. If you're trying to buy assets on the price going down, then you're going to just fall out of range, and you won't. Not only will you not be buying as price goes down, because you only put your assets from 9 cents to, let's say, 12 cents, and then price goes down to 6 cents. Well, your range is up here, so none of your liquidity is even being touched. Just like this OA wall, none of it's getting any fees. None of it's garnering any fees at all. It's just out of range. It's getting nothing until this red line goes through there. Then it is, right? And it'll actually sell the hex that it has for USDC, but it's not selling hex for USDC. It's providing support for you and other people to go through Uniswap and get the hex that's sitting in there, to be able to put it in your wallet and do whatever the fuck you want with it. And then as it turns into USDC, people will be able to sell in this, which makes this back to hex again. Right. So it's almost like transforming, I guess. I guess selling is not really a good word, but transforming seems to probably be a better word for that. So you're transforming the hex and USDC back and forth again. As the price does this, it turns USDC and hex over and over and over and over and over again, and you garner more and more fees as trading volume keeps happening, and you keep, I guess, sponging up all the trading fees that happen. Which, I mean, the more fees that you can collect from traders, the less power the traders have to continue to keep doing that stuff. So it's kind of good to have market makers that soak up all the trading fees and sit there and laugh and just tell the traders, go ahead, keep doing it. You're paying me my year's salary for doing that, which is fine, especially on the ETH network, because that shit's so fucking expensive. Hopefully that didn't confuse you too much, and hopefully it answered your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was really helpful, insightful, and I love the the depth. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, if you want to sell as the price is going down, just go to Uniswap and take the hit, right? Because you're literally selling the local bottom every time you do that. It's not advised, not good financial advice at all to do that. But nonetheless, shit happens, man. Like nobody can judge you for doing whatever it is that you think is the best for whatever situation that you currently have. Nobody knows any better than you. So those who judge are just ignorant, in my opinion. So it is what it is. And then like okay, let's put that on into perspective, I guess. What about all the hexicans that made really good decisions 3 years ago to get into hex and have millions of hex, and they watched it go all the way up to 50 some odd cents, and they didn't realize that that was the top of the market, and they didn't sell a damn bit of it, right? And then they watched it go from having a portfolio of 20, 30, 40 million dollars when it was at 50 some odd cents, and they didn't sell any of it. And then the price just starts going down and down and down and down. And then psychologically, that's just literally eating Swiss cheese into their brains. Literally, like they are totally fucked in their head. Not literally fucked, but like because of the long-term psychological battle that they're having in their head, it's getting worse and worse and worse as price goes down. So then what do they end up doing? Selling way lower than they actually would have when they should have at the top. I feel like a certain particular way for some hexagons that are like, that I know were day oneers that are like, I didn't sell the top and I wish that I had. And I'm like, oh boy, this has been a rough year for you, man. I know it has, right? And I'm sure that as we see prices go from 3 cents to 9 cents, that they're like starting to feel that relief. Like that weight that they've been putting on themselves for the last year and a half is kind of being relieved because now they're seeing their portfolio build again. If they hadn't sold the bottom, right? Thinking that they need to capture USDC now because it might go to a penny. Like some of the big time influencers, they're like, oh, no, I'm waiting to buy at a penny or a penny and a half. Well, fuck, now you're really fucked. Not only did you get fucked for not selling the top, but now you're getting real fucked for not buying the bottom, like waiting. Like, why are you waiting? Why would put you in the potential to sit here and wait all the time instead of doing something? And after 3 years of doing this and researching and looking at all this stuff, I think I have the answer to that. Is too much media influence causes for people to be paralyzed in their decision making previous to making a decision. Literal paralysis of being afraid to make a decision and pull a trigger and just be happy with it. And it's because those people aren't actually considering and taking in actual, like what I'm showing you guys, actual data, actual places to look at stuff and see data, to be able to derive what they actually would conclude is satisfactory. That if the decision that you make is successful, that you're happy with it no matter what happens after that. Because then you can't burden yourself. Like it just is what it is, right? Like a success is a success, regardless of whatever happens after that. Like if you went from point A to point B and you got from point A to point B, but then point C happens, who gives a shit? Doesn't matter, because all you wanted was to get to point B. And if you want to get from point A to point B, but in the midst between point A and point B, you've got all this psychological babble media bullshit, whether it would be the influencers, the big time influencers that are saying these other things that they don't know what the fuck they're. I can tell you guys right now that the majority, almost 99.9% of everybody that's on YouTube and in these financial places and telling you all this stuff, they don't know dick about any of it. They literally are pulling shit from their asses and hoping that you eat it. Period. Don't listen to other people. Go collect data. Go get resources. Get some education. Go read a book, a financial book, to get some nomenclature that makes sense to you as to what financial terminologies are, and then use that to your own advantage. Not to go listen to media, not to go to listen to other people so you can understand the jargon that they're using per se, but use it so that way you can see the types of tools that they have, and that with that jargon you can actually understand like what directions those people have went to be able to get the data that they think that they have, to be able to go tell you what. I mean, the data may say one thing. Okay, it's like somebody interpreting a book, right? Like the Bible or some shit, right? It could literally, with the nonsense that's put in a particular book and the words that they use, can be deciphered in like 100 different fucking ways. Is it valid to you how it's being deciphered? Is it only valid to the person that's deciphering the words? Is it the influencer that's gaining the advantage, or the influencee? And I can tell you, it's always the influencer that is gaining the advantage over you by not doing the work that you need to do to be able to be the one with the advantage, to be the one that tells other people how it really is, right? So don't trust anybody, right? Like, before I came out here with my screen share to show you guys like this and this and this, and look at here and and all this stuff, and this thing here, you can go see what other people are doing, and the price and this, and like looking at this thing, and this is what this means, and all this stuff here, and like how it works and all that stuff, like actually showing you valid points and things, and like actual data and all that stuff, so it makes sense to you. Like, I was even telling people, don't trust me neither, because unless I'm sitting here actually showing you any of this shit and making some valid sense that makes sense to you, then you don't trust me neither, right? Because I could be saying what I think is valid, because I'm just using the words, even though I am telling you the truth. It doesn't mean that you're taking it into your head and deciphering it the way that I mean for you to. You could be I hate to use women as an example because that's not fair. That's sexist as fuck. But let's just say that sometimes with my better half, that when I say certain things that aren't meant to be taken in a negative context, that even though I said something that might in my mind be positive, the way that I put it, it might be a not what I said, but how I said it type situation, that now all of a sudden she takes it negatively, and I'm now I'm digging myself out of a hole, right? So I get that that's why I said it's sexist. It has nothing to do with females, I guess. Really, I shouldn't even have said that. It just, with any conversations that you have with people, I have to take that into consideration, that might be what is happening there, right? That what I said may be completely taken out of context, unless I'm literally like coming to you guys and being like, showing you, if I go look at this one pair and be like, there's no support after this, right? And then I just stuck you guys with that, and you'd be like, yeah, Executioner said that there's no support after 10 cents. So price is going to go to 9 cents, and it's just going to stay there until more people go over there. And then I come over here, and I'm like, well, okay, so yeah, there is support here at 12 cents, all the way up to 17 cents. And you're like, oh, but I thought you said there was no support after that. You're like, well, see, because that's only because I showed you this one, and I didn't show you, from 12 cents here to 17 cents there was this big old monster of shit that was stacked there in between it. But that's because I was trying to manipulate you. Not trying to. Let's just say that maybe I didn't know any better, right? And I accidentally manipulated you into thinking that there was only support to here. That would be my bad. And I am adding risk to speaking publicly by not doing my due diligence and all the information that could be gathered, and then going out there and speaking publicly about it. If I had to do something like think in my mind that there was only this USDC 0.3% pair to look at, and that was the only thing that influenced price on being able to derive a price at the time, which is definitely not true, right? That's not true. I could just say that and be like, all right, you guys have a good day, I got shit to do. But no, I got to spend, what it's been, I've been in here for about 4 hours now, a couple extra minutes to, go, okay, well, on this one, yeah, there's price availability to support from here to here, on sells from here to down over to here. Be careful around these areas right here, right? Be careful around this area between here, and I'll show you why. I'm showing you 10 to 12 cents because if I come over here, you can see between 10 to 12 cents, it also has that same dip that's there. But then when we get support over here again, they're pretty much, I'm now going over everything else I just said again. And then when you come to this one here, which happens to be a totally different one, actually a newer pool, added to pool. Dive's been around for a while, but usually people don't add to it, but now it is. You got another dip that's down in there too, meaning that you could have a constant fallback to going through here and hitting back to 9 cents, up here to 12, falling back to 9 cents, which we've seen that happen. The TA guys call it a rejection, right? A rejection of no support, or a rejection of a previous support line. If you guys saw what I saw when I see TA and they say something about like rejections or support, like this is what they would be if they had the capability or mindset of knowing what they actually are talking about, even though they consider themselves TA professionals. This is what they should be showing you guys, other than just a chart. right? When they say, oh, because of this fractal that happened over here on the day of the moon, going sideways for a night on that one, December evening, that now all of a sudden, that we got Mercury in retrograde, that now all of a sudden we had this thing happen over here. Now we got some disturbances in the force and we got some resistance lines. No. The reasons why you have resistance is not because of the Mercury going to retrograde. It's because you came to the end of the support of the actual liquidity. Period. Show them that. Got up to this position. It came out to here where there's nothing there for you to fucking buy. It fell back to where the shit to buy is at. That's it. There's your resistance. There's resistance. Why? No shit to buy. Obvious resistance. Why did it fall back? That's where the shit to buy is. Stupid simple. Stupid simple. Why do we have support structures for certain areas of support in the past or wherever? Because nobody moved any fucking liquidity. That's why. It's always been there. That support was always there. Stupid simple. Why is there no support there? Well, because there's fucking no liquidity there. You can't buy there. We got new liquidity there. Oh, look at that. There's a new support line on the TA chart. Well, no shit, moron. That shit's been there for 4.5 days. I saw it when it was added. Thank you for your new support TA line. And I don't mean to sound so crass, but I just get tired of TA people being very wrong, leading a lot of their people in the wrong direction all of the fucking time. All of the time. As a matter of fact, there was a certain period of time that I used to just spit through the middle of my teeth at even understanding that somebody was a technical analysis type of person, because I just thought that all they were going to do is hurt people, right? But now, seemingly, now I don't want to take credit for this, but it just seems really odd that I start coming out and teaching people how this stuff works and looking at this with a more valid viewpoint on how it actually works with liquidity and what these support lines and things. As you can see, I've got no fucking lines on this chart. No lines. Don't need them. This shit tells me everything I need to know about Hex. Everything. This tells me everything I need to know about Hedron. And this tells me everything I need to know about Hex and Icosa. This tells me everything I need to know about USDC and Icosa. Do I actually need this chart to know a damn thing about what's going to happen with price? No. I only have it here for you guys. That's it. I don't sell and buy off of charts. I don't give a fuck about these charts. It doesn't matter to me at all. The only thing that matters is when you go to the store and you can actually see what their supply is and what their demand is. Supply and demand is how all markets work. And when you can go look at liquidity, it tells you what supply and demand is. Does this tell you what supply and demand is? Nah. It tells you what it was. If you want to be the person that's always behind the mark, you want to be the person that's always catching up to everybody else, then yeah, go make your decisions off of this shit. Go for it. But if you really want to know what's happening and when, not when, but how, and whether it's possible, then this is what you need to look at and you need to understand for sure. And you need to know how to be able to use this stuff to your advantage by knowing what it is and what it was like. And like I was saying before, it just really baffles me that it took me, of all people, to just come out and give some simple explanations. Well, it seems simple to me. Maybe it's not so simple, but over a certain period of time, it will become simple for you guys too. To explain these things, have deft thought, which he did this on his own. It wasn't even me that told him. He did ask me if it was okay that he recorded some of these sessions and put them up on his YouTube channel. Fine, whatever. Did I think that some of those influencers are going to come and look and watch those things and then go out onto Twitter and pretend? Now, I don't care that they're not saying, thank you, Hexecutioner, for setting me straight after the years of me telling everybody the wrong shit. And I appreciate you, and I'm going to give you some credit for that, for actually being the one that taught that made me the guru of the Hex community of knowing all liquidity things, and have paid people who pay me hundreds of dollars every month, thousands of dollars every month, hourly rates to tell people the wrong shit for the last few months, set them correct, because it'll be so embarrassing for them, right, to come and be like, oh, well, Hexecutioner's out there giving this shit away for free. Why would, oh, I get it. That's why you're not saying anything about maybe the potential that you, anyway. I'm just glad that I could put this information out there, whether they're going to be honest about it or not, or honorable about it or not, sincere about it or not. They can continue to go rape people with their monthly charges to be able to tell people the stuff that I already teach you for free. And I can guarantee that it probably makes a lot of sense that they don't want people to know about me. They don't want the community, which is not a communal behavior, in my opinion. It's not a positive thing to do to your community to not expose themselves to somebody who is willing to not try to extract money from you like they would. And now they can go out and tell people that they knew everything the whole entire time. But it's just baffling to me that it only took a couple of videos, and now all those guys who are bigger influencers who have utilized this information that I give away for free to be able to gain themselves a bigger position in the community, are now touting themselves as it was all their information. Going so far to hiring developers to go onto TradingView to steal, literally steal. Okay, I will tell you this, guys. This information that I do like this, that I put this sideways and show you guys the difference between liquidity versus price and all this, is something that I've been doing in the Icosa chat and the Hedron chat with Hex and everything else for months now, if not years now. And then suddenly this particular person comes into the chat, sees that I have this stuff and I do this, and then literally goes on Twitter telling everybody that it was their fucking idea. Literally. And then made a developer to go put a TradingView thing up there so that you guys can go to Hex USDC on that TradingView and see exactly what I had been doing, which looks like these things that I have had done in my classes for people already that I do keep, right, for people to see for long periods of time. This was for my recent classes for being able to do the screen shares, but in private situations for many other people who I actually care to spend my time on, that don't pay me, that also get that information for free. You will never find a single person ever come out into the community and say that I took any money or they had to pay for any information from me ever, which is fine. I don't care. I'm not about that. But to have the audacity to go around and claim that this information was yours and that you're this, that, or the other, was to see that on Twitter, it made my heart sink a little bit. I was like, wow, I thought that you were, I didn't like the fact that you were already charging people for information and giving them the wrong information. But now, this was a while ago. Now I've kind of gotten over it. It doesn't sound like I've gotten over it, but I just kind of want to establish that not everybody has your best interest at heart. And thank God that I started doing this, because now at least the sentiment has changed and they're actually saying shit that makes sense. And they're not making up. I don't want to say, I think that literally what had happened is what they thought that they knew on how things worked, they literally actually thought that they knew. So when they told everybody that it was alpha and that they needed to pay these certain fees for all this information, that they thought that what they were giving out to people was valid information and was congruent and correct, right? But when I got an invite for free to go in there to be able to see what was going on, and I saw what was going on, I was disgusted. Not disgusted because they were taking advantage of people. I was just disgusted on how little actual information that they actually really knew after being touted as these gurus and all this stuff, and they knew all this stuff. I was like, y'all don't know shit, like literally. So then I had to come out here and actually set the situation straight. Now those same people are changing tune and they're using my verbiage and they're actually saying things that make sense. Great. That is better for the community than what was going on. And it's better for the people that are paying those monthly fees to be in those groups to get actual good information. And luckily, those guys who I say touted themselves as being gurus are smart enough that when they go see the videos of me explaining this stuff to you guys and actually taking my mouse and being like, this is this and this is that, and over here this, and this isn't a sell wall, this isn't a buy wall. You guys need to get your terminology straight and understand when and where and how all this stuff works and when to do it. Now suddenly they are, within the last few weeks, have been saying the right shit. Like, there's no support here, guys. Like in Twitter, like, I got a screenshot of this here and I got a screenshot of this there, and actually like putting lines that there's nothing here and here. People need to take their assets from back there and put them up here so we can have support and actually have price go up to the moon. And I'm like, fuck yeah, finally are you motherfuckers making sense? About goddamn time. And I went from heart sunk, feeling like a little bit rubbed the wrong way about some of that, because I was like, you could have at least given a shout out. So maybe I could have gotten some more people to teach them more stuff. Do I really care? No, I don't. I realize that I don't care for that. And now I'm super happy that those guys are there and they can take the information and they can just run off with it and like give valid, good information. And now I haven't mentioned their names. I think you guys kind of get some of it, but now I'm in there and like actually, liking what they're saying and maybe putting some input of my own into there. I even kind of went to the developer that created the TradingView thing and like kind of told him the whole nitty gritty. And I was like, that you kind of got influenced to be involved into this whole thing and it had nothing to do with them. Like, you literally stole all my information, all my stuff, and now you're trying to garner, a profit off of it. And I got over that as well. And now we're all friends. So I wouldn't say friends. I definitely wouldn't say friends, but we get along. We definitely get along. So in my discouragement, I was just going to say, fuck all this shit, right? Like, because of two people out of the hundreds of thousands of potential people that are out there, I actually got in my own head about it and got a little bit discouraged about the whole thing and was like, pretty much fuck the whole community, fuck the whole everything, right? Nobody really appreciates what we got going on here. And people who aren't even involved in the Icosa, I'm doing this for the Icosa community to expand this knowledge to you guys, because I know that the majority of you are deeply involved in the asset and using the protocol and participating and making good decisions. And the majority of you guys are rather intelligent people. And because of that, like, I don't think I'm wasting my time just talking in these small little groups of a free class to you guys to have good questions and expand on the knowledge on some of this stuff, because you guys may need this later when you have like more assets than what's available on liquidity, and that you may need to be able to figure out how to appropriate some of these things to support prices and allocate yourself in a good position to get profit from it, right? Without giving you financial advice, I can teach you how to make your own financial decisions, right? I mean, that's not financial advice, it's just education. And I think that's going to become very important in the next year or two, right? Like, Hex already has market makers that understand how all this stuff works. Are they necessarily in Icosa? No, there's a ton of Hexicans who don't even know about Hedron or Icosa. Especially if they do know about Hedron, they don't pay attention to Icosa, which they will eventually, but we're going to be the ones that are holding all the assets. They're going to be the ones that are behind the mark at that point in time. Even if they do have a ton of money, how do you think they're going to get in without your support from your assets, your help for them to get in? They need us. They need you. And you guys are better to have all the knowledge that you can get. And then I don't care if other people come in and want to go out and pretend like they know something. The only reason why I know that they didn't is because I was fortunate enough to see what they were saying previous. Like, they were literally doing the TA thing and being like, we need to break through this resistance. Be like, you better fucking not, because there's no liquidity above that. You're literally telling people to buy right here, to buy the local top into this. You want people to bypass this and into where there is no assets, where it's the highest slippage, the highest volatility. There's no assets there for anybody. And after they buy it up into this higher range, it's going to crash back down here. And everybody that spent all their money to push it up there now lost all their value. And you just fucked everybody. And why the fuck are people touting you and saying that you're such a smart motherfucker after I've watched you do this to people over and over and over again? You're wrecking people. Stop. Knock it off, is what my suggestion is. Here's the real deal. This is how it works. You want people to be able to get good availability. Tell people that when the price gets here, that either they or you or somebody else needs to put more assets there so you can reduce the volatility and the slippage and allow for people to continue for that price to keep going up. If anything, the best case scenario is if liquidity looked like this, from where my current cursor is here, all the way up like this, all the way up like this, all the way up to here. And if anything, all the way up to there, right? Because what's the best thing to do is to be able to have more assets to sell as price keeps going up. If you had more assets to sell as price goes up, then your availability of garnering more value for your assets is way high. Instead of going down, you're losing assets. You're losing assets and you're selling less for more value. But when you want to sell more for more value, when you want it to go up like this instead of down like this, yeah, it's going to be harder for price to move as you go up to there. But does that mean price can't move? Absolutely not. It's just support. You're not a sell wall. People aren't going to stop buying or stop selling because they see that there's actual bread on the fucking shelves. If there is no bread, what happens to price? Sit still until what? The truck shows up and puts more bread on the shelves. Then actual supply and demand can commence. Keep going again. That's the way it works. This is not sell walls. This is not buy walls. It's buy support, sell support. This is buy support. This allows for you to buy into the higher price ranges. This allows for you to sell into the lower price ranges. Period. People got it all backwards. It's all backwards and all fucked up. And I don't know if that's intentional. Try to keep people away from this because, like I said, it doesn't behoove me to go and teach you guys how to come into these positions. And maybe even potentially if I had a position that was open as a market maker to teach everybody where to go put their liquidity on top of me, which dilutes my fees coming in every day. It doesn't benefit me at all to teach you guys how to do this. But it benefits the entirety of the whole community to have smart individuals that know how this stuff works and doing it correctly. Not only for themselves, but the entire of the community. Because I can't do all this shit on my own. And me and a couple of liquidity providers that are out there for Icosa, we can't do all this all on our own. We're not the ones that are literally holding on to all the assets unless we go in there and we buy more assets, which is good for price appreciation. But that means that we have to go in there and we have to sell them. We're going to be incurring in permanent loss. But through the entire community of over their own averages of buying and selling or whatever may happen, or the staking that they have and getting all their assets for potentially free, while price appreciation could have even went up while they were staked and earning all of those assets at the same time, can afford to go in there and support higher prices, right? Where you may see some things where you see like what the OA did, here. You see this U shape, right? They're not happy with just going right up against there, went out here a little bit away, out of range, not trying to actually go in range to garner fees, but allowed for a chasm to be created so it can jump across from there into there and actually start to shoot to the moon to 17 cents. I mean, you could see the same thing happen if that was the case. If you were to go over here and see that this was a nice little gap of a chasm to have, and then have something like this where it went up like this again. Just like what I was saying about how I would like to see liquidity actually being provided would be in a way that you could be able, and I'm on this side because Icosa, being able to buy Icosa is on this side as opposed to Hex, which is on the other side over here, right? So I'm going this way with the Hex one. On Icosa, it goes the other direction because it's flip-flopped. Just to reiterate, not to confuse people, right? Icosa, it's flip-flopped. So Icosa is on this side, USDC is on this side. With the Hex one, it's vice versa. So if without having the OA come in and provide assets values at a higher price range, which where are they going to do that from? How much Icosa does the OA have? Does anybody here know of the OA participating in the buyback function with HSIs that it had to get Icosa, or actually being involved in the protocol to be able to earn yield and dilute the community? I don't think so. I don't think that the OA would do something so that would be against the community to take from the community in that way to do that. We already have Godwill that came in that already given us the support that we needed to show that one big giant massive fucking whale, the biggest whale of all whales that Hex ever had, is also involved in participating in the protocol, was more than enough. We don't need the OA. I don't even think that the SA really gets into the utilizing of the protocol so much too. Maybe it gets involved in the HSI side of it with the auctions, which I haven't really gotten into a whole lot. I know a couple other guys that could verify and validate that, but either way, it doesn't matter. I would expect the SA to do things that would support the community, not the OA as much, and was completely surprised that Godwale did, which I mean is a great surprise, right? But either way, if you were to see another wall that came up just like with that OA wall that was out here, then what you'd see is that all of a sudden you'd have support up to almost $2, right, in that little shoot up thing, which would be like a reverse of this thing right here, going up like this, right, which goes support to here all the way up to 18 cents, 17.5 cents, right, with that same little amount, with little, not little, I mean this is a lot of money, a lot of money. You could have the same thing with Icosa. And if today, while we can have the example of another asset with a market makers and an OA that does these things very intelligently for the last 3 years, and us and Icosa have only been in this asset class for 6 months, imagine in 3 years the potential, or not even that, a year and a half, a year from now, the potential that we would have to be able to make these types of moves and do these types of things to support this asset class, to be able to garner, instead of being the guy that's in the chat being like, when $1.50, when are we going to hit the ceiling price? Well, when are we going to have people that have enough assets to support that? Well, that is a good question. When are we going to have enough assets to support that type of thing? Well, it's going to be a little while, right? Like we're doing, in my opinion, we're doing everything we possibly can as a community. We're participating in the auctions, somewhat. We're very much so participating in the protocol, like the staked amount. Like when you come over here and you look at this, right, you see that 37.4 million Icosa is staked versus let's see. Oops.
It's about 90%, I think.
Yeah. Can I just put in Icosa? Is it actually gonna put it on this? Of course not. What is all that garbage? Man, I hate that they just don't have it on here like decent human beings. And I gotta go into here, bypass anything that anyone said. Sorry, guys. Go take this son bitch. When you guys see me every once in a while put in contract, it's because I'm being lazy and I'm just doing something like this. Like, what is he up to? I'm probably researching some shit.
Yeah, according to Hex model, it's 90.8% staked.
Yeah. So yeah, we got 3.7 million liquid. That's it, right? And I think that if we go to holders, we can actually see V2, V3, V3. Or more? V3, V3. I don't know how many of you guys actually get into this and look at this, but look, there's another one there. Deci. So it can show you how many Icosa, other than just liquid sitting in people's wallets, are actually tied into a smart contract hold position. 435,000, 279,000. See, now this is part of the liquid now, right? In a Uniswap position. So it's not staked. This is considered liquid. Even though it isn't a smart contract, it's still sitting here so you can see it, right? How much of it is. So what you'd have to do to see holders, community members, that they actually have in their hands, right, that they can sell right now, would not include this or this or this or this or this or that or the other 20 fucking pages that are there that could potentially have other smaller. I think when we looked at this, we saw how many that there actually are, which that holders list would show all of these, every single one of these. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So if you really wanted to get a really good understanding of what's actually liquid, then you would go through and you would take that out. That's 4, 5, 6, about 700,000. Plus another 150, 850,000, maybe another 100,000. So we're looking at maybe a little over 1 million Icosa that's actually being used as liquidity, right? So maybe 2.7 million Icosa actually liquid. So that actually, in my opinion, which is not valid, my opinion isn't always valid, but I mean, it would take this percentage and actually increase that pretty high, higher than whatever that website said, about 90 some odd percent. It's actually a little higher than that. Because providing liquidity is not necessarily sell pressure. It's support, like I've been telling you this whole time, right? It's like Bob Ross. I feel like Bob Ross, like painting a pretty little picture with little pretty little trees. Fantastic pretty little stream. So yeah, a lot of stuff, so much shit to look at, honestly. And this is why my better half hates me, because I'll be like, I just need to look at something real quick, and then I'm like, how many pages I got open? And that's not even it. I got a different web browser there, different web browser here and there, and multiple other ones if I was to click on this, but I'm not going to show you them. That when I open them, it resumes their old thing and pops up all the rest of these things there. This other one has about 30 different pages that are open on it that I haven't really showed you. I think I clicked over to it just to pull another thing open, but not something I really wanted to get into. But you can't really do much of anything very quickly. And then, like, also, I don't want to, like, I was talking about paralysis and paralyzing yourself from making a decision. Like, these days, back in the day when I was figuring out what were good data sets and what data needed to be collected to have a set in the first place, and what categories that those needed to be and which ones were important and which ones weren't, which took a team of people to figure all that out, kind of being like the lead guy on like what information was pertinent, and then letting them just go ham on all the information and gathering it and getting it put it back together. Like, that was important to do, to have an over inundated amount of information to see like how the whole environment in the Hex ecosystem was, the health of it. Nowadays, like I told you, I guess I've done it so long and so much that I don't need any of this shit. I do show this stuff to you guys every once in a while because it's simplistic and, you know, it can answer a variety of questions like buy volume versus sell volume. You know, there's more buys than sells. Well, there's less sellers, there's less buyers than sellers, though. There's more sellers than buyers, but more buyers buying more than sellers are selling altogether. That is important. I mean, if there was 2 sellers over here selling 64K and 20 buyers over here at 79K, then that's not good for that particular period of time. That means that there could potentially be, out of the 27 we see here, another 25 people that can come and sell and then push this back over, meaning that we see red candle. Right now, knowing that, is there, I've got so many screens open. Is there support for, you know, candle to go down much? Well, yeah, there is. So it doesn't surprise me, you know, that we see less activity there for people to, you know, eventually they got to stop. The reason why is because when they go to this sucker, you know, and they see whenever they put in oh, what's a good number? Come on. Be a dick. And no, I don't give a shit that you guys can see this. This is a wallet that I just made that I don't give a shit about. Nor do I think that you guys really actually give a shit either. I think you guys see what I'm getting at here. Are you fucking serious? Well, of course, it's not going to show me a damn thing. When I'd rather. Whatever. So your slippage, right? I was going to show you that you could see when you put in a certain amount. Well, maybe it'll do it if I want to sell. Oops. Then it doesn't give me the other one. Yeah, I wouldn't want to. Okay, so this is what they would see that would make a seller stop selling, obviously. Nobody wants to lose 2% of their value, losing 20K in that 18K in that move that's there, even though it'll affect the price less than it affects your actual slippage amount for doing that. And that's exactly what they're going to see a lot of here in this asset, only because, I mean, like I was just showing, there's not much asset there. It's only 6 months old. It started at 0. So, and we all know that. Us in the community know that. But it's important to remember that it's going to take time to allow for us to get through some of these, 360-day contract time lengths and 270. I think was the other one. Whatever. The sharks and the whales, the ones that are going to have the highest amount of assets at the end of their contract, and some of you guys that are compounding are trying to catch up to those guys. Which, I mean, I don't know how successful that you are. I'm not one of those guys that, I mean, I made a few wallets, but I didn't have to go make 30 wallets and compound 90-day stakes, 30-day stakes, and all the rest of that garbage. Because, well, I didn't have to. I was fortunate enough that I didn't have to. Let's just put it that way. I already made future decisions that allowed me to be in such a good position on Icosa that when I just had to make very few moves, and now I don't need a fuck ton of wallets. I just got the ones that I got. And hopefully with this education that we have, we can all together allow for, during the bull market, when you're going to be DCing out certain percentages, you don't throw your whole basket into the fray, right? You unless that's where you're at. I mean, if you're at the age where you're just needing to get out and you just want to be done and you want to go on vacation and you want to shut the computer and you don't want to look at the shit anymore, like, great, awesome. Like, maybe come to me. I can give you a few tips on some things that you could do to try to maximize that value. And then you can do that. Or you could just go market sell, right? Market sell into people's liquidity. And, maybe at that certain point, I can go show you whether that would be a good time to do it. Right now, not a good time. Wait till price goes up here to fucking 87 cents, right? And then dump away, right? That's fine. It's going to be good for you. And by then, anyone that wants to FOMO into it can go ahead and capture value with their USDC into those ranges right there. Fine, whatever. And then it wouldn't support any price after that, so it doesn't even matter. I mean, some people are like, well, why would you tell people to sell right there? Because it doesn't matter. Even if it went up to here, it's going to fall right back there anyway. So it doesn't matter. If it falls back here, at least you guys get a cheaper entry point to go push it right back to where the fuck it was again, right? So it won't matter. Same thing with Hex, and same thing with every asset that you guys are dealing with, right? Like the low end is a buying point, right? Buying point. The high end is a selling point. The middle is best case scenario for anything you want to do. There's no risk into what you're doing. Over here, there's risk. There's risk of selling and losing asset value as you push the price against you because you're pushing it into volatility. Over here, there's a risk against you of buying into volatility by pushing the price against you. Here, there's not. I mean, so it's just pretty much common sense, common knowledge for anyone who's listening now at this point. If there is anybody. I mean, I guess I could check on you guys and see how many I've lost. Oh, fuck, there's a ton of you. Okay, cool. You guys are quiet, which, I mean, it's okay. That's good, I guess. Some of you guys are probably working. So I think that pretty well sums it up. Pretty well concludes what I wanted to get into today. I apologize for my little rant about paid groups and all the other bullshit. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't expect to do that. But it is what it is. I guess I'm just glad that now there's people out there that are speaking in terms that actually make some sense, and hopefully isn't going to be putting them out there to be pretty much calling the top and telling people to buy it, right? Like, don't do that, right? Like what I was telling you guys before, like this, okay, price moves this way as people buy Hex and price is going up. Right here is a local top. Here is a local bottom. You don't want to buy into a price that has no more support that's going to suck back into you. I mean, you go push it against you, it's already bad because you're incurring slippage and you're pushing the price against you. So you're getting less asset for your dollar, but then the price is going to fall back underneath where you started again and you're back at square one, right? Like, so unless you make small market buy and let it fall back into you again and make another small market buy, that would be good. That would be very good for you to be able to do in small chunks, not on the ETH network, not on the garbage ETH network, because now you're spending a lot in gas, unless it's like a Saturday, which generally on a Saturday, you're not going to have a good position like this. right? A good position. This would be a good time to sell into liquidity. You know, if you're ready to sell, right? Which I don't know who is and who's not. And like I said, I'm not trying to give you advice for that, right? But you don't buy the top, you sell the tops, right? This is the local top. This is a local top. Over here, this side at 24 cents, local top. Right here, right now at 9.96, local top. And I would say that if that's the only thing they had. But like I said, you have to look at this one, you have to look at this one, and you have to look at this one, right? So really, in reality, if we know that that hole that's here between this point, this 1% pair and this 0.3% pair that actually goes into volatility at 10 cents, that if I told you that this was the local top at 9.3, I'd be wrong, because it's actually 10 cents. It goes down into here where it looks like it's just getting into this volatile area, is actually it going off of the edge of this volatile area right there. So this one would literally be the local top at 10 cents, not this one here at 9 cents, right? It's actually at 10. This one has quite a bit of support right here still. So if you were to sell between 9 to 10, then it wouldn't exactly fall back into you. It would have a harder time. It would more or less want to stay around 10. But now you have this chasm that's right there. So that would mean that this one at 10 cents is the local top. And then it doesn't have support again until 17 cents. And as you can see, that it is supported. This one shows no support to 17 cents, from 10 cents to 17. This one here shows that there's support from 12 cents all the way to 17. But if you only look at this one, you can't see none of that. So you would think it's highly volatile, but it's absolutely not. There's a lot of support that's here from the OA. I think the OA knows that. It knew that it needed to fill that zone. So you have an actual hole that's between 10 cents and 12 cents. Try to stay away from there. It's not smart. Stay away from there. 10 cents to 12 cents. If we can just jump that chasm with a bunch of people who don't know any better, then great. We'll all be better for it. And here's another representation. 12 cents to 10 cents. Nothing. There's no die there. There is support between 12 cents to 24 cents. Goes even further than this one here, right? That support goes from 12 cents all the way to here, way past that. So this being a local top, also technically incorrect. That would mean that the 24-cent range that's here is more appropriate, right? Let's go back over to this one. 24 cents. Is there a hole there? Boom. Catches it again. See that? So me to tell you that that was the local top on die at 24 cents, also technically incorrect, because it actually goes to 27 cents. Out here, way out here, because this guy is actually supporting it out here with 800,000 hex per tick. It's quite a bit of money. It's out there. So if I go look at this and I say, hey, we're supported on hex up to 10 cents, that's true. Then I go over here and say, hey, we're supported up to hex up to 17 cents, that's true. If I say, hey, we're supported up to hex to 24 cents, that's true. If I come over here and say, hey, we're supported up to hex on the 27 up to 24 cents, 25 cents, that's true. But does it look like we're supported from here all the way to 25 cents if we just look at this? No. You have to be smart enough or knowledgeable enough, I guess, to go look at all of these and see that really they overlap each other. Boom, 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 supporting each other, supporting each other, supporting each other, supporting each other. From there to there, from there to there, oops, from here to here, from there to there, bringing you magic little fucking carpet ride from 9 cents to 25 cents. So there's your current liquidity market analysis without having to go through making all of this stuff, which I mean, I could, like I have this one. But even this doesn't tell you much of anything. I mean, it does show you that all the way up to 24 cents that we have this guy, this 25 cents that we have this guy hanging out there, which really it says 24, but really it's 25. And it does show some of this, but I didn't take the die pair and go overlap that die pair to show you that it fills up in between all this, right? But I could give you a better climate analysis of the market sentiment and liquidity analysis to show you that we've got support, except for this little part between 10 and 12 cents, which is, like I said, it's right between here and here where there is no actual support. There's only one hole out of all of that from 9 cents to 24 cents, which is actually not very far out. Here, 25 cents right there. That there's just this little hole between 10 and 12 cents. So we're supported up to a quarter again for now. And I will say this, we could all go to bed tonight and we could wake up tomorrow and I can get on here and look at this again and see this all gone. See the OA come in and remove all this and see any of this be moved and brought up here and support it across here to there and still have support at 12 cents. I don't know. It could all change by tomorrow. But if you guys want to get a good, like I said, I'm going to reiterate this again. I don't know if you guys are getting tired of me saying the same shit over and over again, but I'm just trying to hammer it in. If you guys want to have the understanding of what's going on, the 0.3% pair tells you where the ads are, how long ago they were put there. I already showed you revert.finance, so you can take these account numbers and implement it into there and be able to see, if you really wanted to, where they're at. But it doesn't matter really, not unless you're trying to gain a position to be able to add your own liquidity, which this isn't the necessary position for that. But if you take a snapshot of this, like take a picture of it, take a picture of this, take a picture of this, and then reload the page, and it looks different, and you can compare the two, then you can see where liquidity moved. You can see if it moved. And you don't have to actually go look at this and go see, oh, there was a remove fucking however many minutes ago, which, let's see if there was anything happening anytime soon. None. So I told you guys DAI was a newer pair that just recently happened. So nobody's removed any yet. So, I mean, if you want to keep a close eye on this big chunk that's here, I mean, it'd be pretty easy to see that something happened if it got removed or added to or whatever. But you can clearly see that there. Are there actually swaps going through? A couple of swaps. Not much, but a few. But it's good to know also that as you got a different liquidity pair, that there are different actions for your adds and removes to look through that different page set, right? So adds different. You can see the last add was 2 days ago. The last remove was also 2 days ago. So liquidity hasn't moved in this particular 1% pair for 2 days. That's good. I mean, it's less work for me if I was really watching all that stuff. Last remove for this was 6 hours ago. The last ads were 14 hours ago. So that means that everything that we've gone over here today in the last 4.5 hours, 5 hours, is all pertinent, because we would have jumped onto this slightly after somebody $113. I mean, that isn't going to make much of a difference for a remove to worry about that. So all good stuff to look at. Maybe when it looks like volatility, that isn't necessarily the case. If you're not really sure like what pairs you want to look at, it's easier to look at the stables. If you come up here and you just type in hex, it'll show you all of the pairs that hex has right here, for you to be able to do what I did and pull the ones that I find important up to actually do that analysis to see where those gaps and those holes are on the support to the upside for price appreciation for Hex. Hex has an asinine amount of other assets that are connected to it. The majority of them have no liquidity, as you can see, like nothing. Let's see here. So this one has a good amount of, Deci has really good liquidity for Hex and Deci. That's good. Maxi, of course, I would expect these guys to have some pretty good, significant amount of liquidity. Base, not so much. This Hedron pair, not so much. But remember, there's multiple. There may be a 1%, there may be a 0.3%, there may be a 0.05%. So there's multiple different ones. So pay attention to these too when you're looking at them, on which one you want to pull and do an analysis of and looking at. I like to just stick pretty much, even though that you got like, 230,000. Am I going to pull that? No. It's not a stable pair anyway. This one here, it's just fucked for life. They ruined this one. They didn't know what they were doing. Maybe they were doing an experiment just to try to fuck with it. Got fucked. Another hexahedron. That one's, it is significant, but it's still too much to go through an educational class to teach people exotic to exotic pairings. Plus, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is that it has really good asset connections to it for correlation, so that as the USDC sides move up and around, that it pulls both assets together. It's really good to have. But yeah, I like to stick with this one, and now this one. I was told that there's a USDT pair for Hex, but I don't know where that is at. I have no idea where that's at. I mean, it's not in here. Why? I just don't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it's at. Anyway, I think it had something to do with that exchange. So I don't know. What. Maybe they have it through their OTC side of it, which, I mean, that's not going to affect the price with them. So maybe if that is the case, having that exchange dealing with their own internal stuff, like it's not even, but if that is the case, that's not even bullish, because that means that they would have bought their Hex, or maybe even been a part of Hex in the AA, the adoption amplifier, 3 years ago, and got all their Hex that they needed at a way cheaper price. And now they're implementing it, timing the market with Hex to expose them to their own people. Hopefully they don't get hacked, and then all of a sudden we get those hackers that move those assets out of the exchange and then go dump it onto our market, like we had happen in the previous exchange that did that with Hex. So hopefully that doesn't happen. That's why we like to stay away from those guys. They're not as smart as you guys as individuals for keeping your keys under control.
Executioner, do you well, not necessarily you, but would you recommend managing liquidity in Uniswap itself or something like Revert?
I don't use Revert. I think Revert would actually be implementing it into Uniswap anyway, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, Revert.finance is more of like a tool to just look at all the Uniswap stuff. Every smart contract that's been implemented into Uniswap per wallet address. So if you just take a wallet address and go to Revert.finance and put it in there, it's actually showing you the Uniswap information that's there.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering. Without, I'm not going to provide a liquidity, but I just wanted to look, see if that's a way of doing it.
I mean, maybe, but you might as well just. I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think I see what you're saying. Like, you want to be able to look at the more information as you're adding liquidity between what ranges and just do it all from the one thing instead of having to go to Uniswap and utilizing their front end, which is a little more confusing. And the little dial doesn't move correctly. It kind of bounces around a little bit as the price is moving. It kind of resets itself, and it's annoying as fuck to actually set your parameters on your spread. So it does get annoying, but I don't think so. I haven't, you know what, to be honest with you, ever since I know about Uniswap, I haven't really looked at anything else other than Uniswap to see if that was capable of being done, but I just don't think so. I really think that it's more of a tool to just look at, but I could be wrong. I mean, I don't know. Fuck, I may have to look into that.
It does have like add liquidity button, so I'm like, okay, it looks like you could actually work directly through that.
I think that what would happen is if you hit the add liquidity button, is that it'll pull the Uniswap page up. It's a direct link to the Uniswap page that allows you to add liquidity. Like this one. Let me see. Can I go pull that back up again? Shouldn't have closed it. Should have known better. You're saying in here? Oh, add liquidity there. Select the network AMM protocol and pair of tokens to provide liquidity for. Yeah, the drop-down only has Uniswap. I think Polygon only has Uniswap. Well, Polygon has QuickSwap too, but that's a fork of Uniswap. But now it has its own Uniswap. Optimism. Yeah, just happens to be everywhere where Uniswap is at. Yeah, but where is the select? Okay, let's see here. I'm going to see if it does something if I just add it, if I just put it in, if a new button pops up. What? What? You mean there's no hex? Have you gone this far in it?
No, I was just curious. I didn't click hit those buttons.
Okay. No shit. Well, that's cool. Yeah. You can add through Uniswap liquidity through here, and it'll actually show you your range variable to the price on both of them already. Look at that.
Yeah, it's pretty
No
nice.
shit.
Looks convenient.
Yeah. Wow. No shit. Well, I'm going to have to tell the boys about this. That's for sure. Yeah, that's cool. And then I wonder what this is. Like, obviously, I'm not going to connect the account. I don't have anything on this account to go any further, but I wonder what a back tester is. I accidentally swiped left, so it brought me backwards. Yeah, that's pretty neat. I like that. Oh boy. Go, motherfucker, go. Wish I could just grab it and drag it. It won't let me though. Let me pick it up. Pick it up and move it. Come on. No. Damn it. Okay. Well, that's fun. Sorry, guys. I'm just fucking around. What's a back tester? Oh, it won't let me do it. X amount. 10. Let's see. 10 million. Okay. For 2.1 million. Oh. Ouch. Look at that. So this is a back testing on previous movements within this particular range. So if I chose a different range, then it would give me different variables here. And apparently this, I just saw that update live. So as price moves, apparently changes that live. And it's calculating a total fee of 85,000 off of 2 million potential. Huh. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to show the boys this. First, I gotta convince them to hit this button, which is, oh boy. They even use this. They even use this tool. But any of us to click this button, I don't know. We're gonna have to actually look deeper into this before we connect any of our wallets to that shit. Maybe go send a guy out on the beach full of landmines, see if it gets his legs blown off first.
Yeah, who knows where this goes back to, right?
Yeah. Go make a tester wallet and see if it does anything funny that we don't like on the back end. Cool. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, unless you guys have any other questions, I don't think that I have anything else to really kind of go over right now today until like we see some more market volatility, some more stuff happening. Like I usually like to give it about a week or two or see some big thing happen. Like I was gonna do this analysis on Monday, and that would have been what day? 13th? Would have been right here. But I think that was when the banks were failing and shit last weekend. And we had the DPEG of the USDC and the USDT and the DAI. Well, not USDT, but the DAI and the USDC. And I kind of wanted to see what the hell was going to happen. I think I was telling all my people not to worry about it, like, because USDC has plenty of support backing for it, that I was pretty sure that it was going to snap right back, but still always had that cautionary, like, I'm not 1,000% sure, so I just don't know. But I think I told a couple of you guys that were freaking out, not you guys specifically, but a couple of community members that were freaking out, that were sending me DMs like, what are you going to do about your liquidity? Like, what are you doing right now? And I'm like, nothing. I'm literally doing absolutely nothing about this. Like, it's too late, guys. Like, if it goes down, I'm going down with the ship. So fuck it. Right. And plus, like, I guess in my mind, I already knew that there's billions and billions of dollars that are backing USDC, plus BlackRock. Also, you know, a $29 trillion company, you know, connected to Coinbase. Like, they are also partners with Circle. They're not gonna let it fail. So pretty sure that we were okay with that. And mainly the reason why we are connected with USDC. However, having that connection is probably a big like uphill battle with pulse chain side, which we probably wouldn't have with DAI. I'm assuming that's why we have a lot of DAI that's going on, and maybe why we saw this happen. So in this week, as you can see, we didn't really have much of a DAI pair and hex, which I think that we did, but this is the one that just got opened. But in the past, we do. Well, fine. I just don't think that we had any DAI pairs. Any DAI pairs. Sorry, I was being immature. Okay. $666. Okay, so we did have a DAI pair. For the last couple of years. But it wasn't much. I mean, this is a total TVL of $666 at this current point, so people have apparently lost interest in it. Yeah, you notice when we started this that it was really close, and it just cut it all off, and it looked like that's what it was. And as I back out of it, you see that this appeared. When you guys are getting into this stuff too, and this stuff, like pairs that are big, like, you know, if you back out, you might actually find more than what is being shown there if you wanted to do a more in-depth analysis. But really stepping too far out of the spectrum of reality of price movement within a limited, you know, a concise limited period of time, you don't really need to go look at, you know, hex being, you know, 50 some odd cents quite yet, right? And this guy down here at 1.5 cents has been there for a long time. Like, I don't know if that guy's died or been holding out or lost sense of reality, I guess, at this point. But it's kind of funny to see him back there by himself still, just chilling. Anyway. Anyway, that's about it, guys. That's all I got for you. So appreciate you guys coming and hanging out. I didn't exactly expect to hop on today, but I guess it was kind of nice for those of you who popped in here right away that got to see me create these things, right? Even though I only made the one, and I made a mess of it, really, because in the midst of talking, like, I didn't take into consideration that, like, this hole there is actually from here to here. But as you can see, when I put it up there, it looks like it goes from 10 cents to under 14 cents. That's not true. And then this is 17 cents. And as you can see, I put it up here at 19 cents. It should be down here. So it should be squashed down a little more, but whatever. I think I was given more of an analysis of like what it all is education wise, as opposed to the actual analysis by showing you. Really, this was the analysis. This was an afterthought, adding it to it, just to show you where the holes were kind of shored up at. But really, I think we did a better job of looking at this, and this to see where the holes were, finding that it was only between 10 and 12 cents between here and here, and then seeing that from here all the way to here, from 12 cents all the way to 24 cents, 25 cents, that we're pretty well supported with actual liquidity that fills that area between here and all this. So I'm glad that I didn't go and make all of these ahead of time, and that I was able to go through with you guys, showing you as I was doing the analysis live, because like I said, I didn't look at any of this stuff today to go see like how I was going to lay out what I wanted to teach you guys, and just kind of did everything on the fly all at once. Bing, bang, boom. This is what you get. This is all I got for you. And it ended up being, I don't even know. Honestly, to be honest with you, I don't even remember when I started this live stream. So I want to say that it's 2 o'clock. I think it's 1, noon, 11, 10.
At least 5 hours ago.
Yeah, I'd say at least 5 to 6 hours worth of going through it. And if I would have waited to do that, I would have spent at least an hour or two creating those analysis charts. So it would have been potentially 8 hours of a class to go through with it. So I know it's a lot, guys, and I, some of you guys maybe knew. Some of you guys clearly are not. Some of you guys have been through here every single time, and I recognize that. So you guys are catching on, or maybe some of the education part of it is oh God, here he goes again type stuff, and all I really want is the analysis of what is there now. But if you really want the analysis of what's going on there, then you need the education. Because if you had the education, you wouldn't need the analysis. You would be doing it yourself. You'd be able to see it yourself. Unless you're just lazy, which if you're lazy, fine. I don't care. Come in, or listen, participate. I'll give you the analysis anyway, as I'm educating the new people on what's what, where it's at, why it's there, what the potential is, and the general overall analysis of HEX, which is the underlying asset of Hedron and Icosa, which is the most important. I don't know if you guys noticed that I mainly focus on HEX. I do get into Hedron and Icosa, but generally it's like, yeah, there's liquidity there. It's great. We have price support in ranges that are farther beyond the ranges that are more than satisfactory. So there's no holes. There's no inconsistencies when it comes to Hedron and Icosa, and everything else that like there's not much Icosa. Well, I mean, duh, right, guys? Like, obviously, it's only 6 months old, and we have to mine it ourselves to be able to have it. So the longer we give it, the more time we'll have to create these things and have more capable availabilities for building those resources in the liquidity pools at that time, especially as more and more people come in and the pools get more and more diluted. The bigger guys will see that they're not getting as high of an APR or APY from doing the staking, and they'll take portions of their larger amounts and start adding it to liquidity, which means they're no longer in the staking. They're no longer in the mining pool, which actually increases everybody else's rewards. So it just like everything else that we've always talked about in Hedron and Icosa, that there's a yin and a yang, that if something can be conceived as negative, that the positives usually outweigh the negatives. And the sometimes the positive creates more positives. Generally, the negatives don't create more negative externalities when it comes to Hedron and Icosa. And I'm pretty sure that that's part of the reason why Alex spent over a year and a half creating the code, banging his head against the wall with Burrito and literally tearing each other apart. They didn't sit there and pat each other on the back. They'd have a good idea and then they'd sit there and tell each other why that idea was bullshit and it was crap, and to work on it and make it better. Because there was a positive result, but there was 2 negative externalities. Well, that's too much. And I've had talks with Alex to know that this is what they went. It sounds, in my opinion, it sounds awesome, like a very think tank. It would be fun for me to be involved in that. But for certain people who get frustrated easily, it would just be a chaotic shit fest of you're just always negative all the time. It's like, nah, man, like this is how good ideas become great ideas, is the conversation and communication of being able to realize that not every idea is a great one. And at least an idea is a good basis to create better ideas that may become great ideas, or just not even be an idea anymore at all. It might just be something that gets completely thrown. You could spend a whole month on it and then realize we just wasted a lot of time. But at least we tried. At least we went somewhere with it. And from what we learned with that, the next idea that we came from all that discussion ends up being, I don't know, the borrow function or the benevolence function, or the benevolence function turning into being an added thing for Icosa, which was great for, like, I don't know, like the other protocol that ended up having a situation that happened and the SA actually burning a whole amount to make up for the fact that they who were, over on the Maximus side for Poly ended up, being on the downside of things. But then the SA went and burned all this stuff to make up for something that wasn't even its responsibility to handle that, which was very benevolent, which having a benevolent function, it's kind of congruent with its behavior, which also adds to this is awesome. This is great to have such an entity that we're involved with that does these types of things. So, there's, just like with being in Hex for the last few years, with the OA and everyone having FUD about it, like never one time, not one time. And there's many wallets to get information, get data, and be like, this is bad. Like this address, this entity should not be doing this. I mean, there's literally thousands and thousands of wallets that are out there that you could nitpick through any one of them and be very judgmental on what happened with those assets and the value in those assets to just throw shit in the fucking fan on it. And never one time have I ever seen that particular entity, when it comes to Hex, do anything negative at all. It's always been benevolent towards the community and the asset of Hex, always. And obviously, you have to be suspicious at the very beginning. 3 years later, I'm completely sold. I am way over it. There's no more investigations on it. I no longer look into it. I already have all the data that I need to. Now it's more of I have bells, I have notifications that tell me that whenever this entity does decide to do something, it's going to let me know as things are happening, because I know something good is going to come out of it. And then I know that I need to really start looking at the market, looking at the climate of what's going on in the Hex ecosystem, because something is about to happen. Now, I don't know if you guys know this, but recently the OA has been doing some movements, which was about maybe a month ago when it started. Previous to that, the OA, out of all the thousands of wallets that are connected to it, and I'm talking like 20,000 different wallets, have not done any movements at all for the previous 360 some odd days. Nothing. Dead silent. Not done anything at all. And then all of a sudden, it just recently in the last few months, it removes the Hex Hedron liquidity. It starts moving assets around a little bit more. It starts participating a little bit more. As you can see, more support walls are now being added on the hex side. And then boom, here comes Richard. Richard comes out with, here's more information on what's happening with Pulse Chain. We're getting ready for V3. These types of things are what we're dealing with. We just got past this little hurdle. We got this going on. We got that going on. Da, 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 da. Very bullish. Like, you guys get to see a tweet here and there. But for those of us that have been in this and looking at all the data for literally years, we got to see that something was happening. And then boom, we start connecting the dots. Like, oh, fuck. Like, this actually is different than every other time. Because not only was it before, when Richard was coming out and saying stuff about V2B and all that stuff, the OA was still not doing anything. There was no movements. There was nothing to indicate that something big was actually happening in the climate of the ecosystem. This time, OA started moving first, started giving those acknowledgments first. And then Richard started coming out talking about all this stuff. And it was like, all right, like this is a bullish signal. This is good. When the OA stops moving and stops doing like a whole lot of stuff with Hex, which was generally around when the top of the market happened, shortly after that. Yeah, it did some stuff in February, which was like 4 months later when it came to Hedron, because I mean, it had to make the claim of the 10x. It had to do all these other things, and then added its support wall to show that it as the OA was inclined to show support even for other assets that are not Hex, which was, it was an emotionally charged situation where those of us who are in the know about that were extremely excited to be like, oh, thank God we didn't like take those addresses and like make it so he couldn't participate, he or she or it couldn't participate. And then we did, because there's one thing that you don't want as another asset connected to Hex is you don't want the OA to move against you. And you don't want Richard Hart to open your mouth and take a shit down your throat, which at any moment he could. He absolutely could just ruin and fucking destroy you in the social environment, and your asset ain't going to be worth shit. Nobody's going to come take a look at it. Nobody. I can guarantee you that. Nobody will. And we not only got support in the social environment with him actually making mention, something that he never does unless his purpose is to shit down your throat, was to use words like Hedron, and this is before Icosa came out, Hedron and Maxi were a part of his vertical integration, a part of his plan of vertical integration. Fuck yeah, extremely bullish. And for those of you who have never heard this, it's on stream some fucking where. I don't care to prove it to you. It's happened. That's it. You can choose to believe me or you can choose to not. I'm not here to lie to you. But nonetheless, that is what happened. Even I was surprised. All of us were surprised. And then see that we got the support on Hedron from Godwale also at the same time that the OA was claiming its daughter wallet's stakes. The same night, within the same 15 minutes, they all went active and started doing this back. When was it? It was in February of 2022. And then, or maybe it wasn't, maybe it was in March, whenever the 10X was still there within those first 10 days, at about 3 o'clock in the morning in the central United States. Me and a couple of my guys were just happened to be up at that time, which these days I'm usually not. And we actively saw those wallets moving, and we were in the Hedron chat at the time, kind of picking our jaws up off the floor. And I don't think I slept that night. I don't think any of us slept that night, watching the movements and what was happening. So that way, when everybody woke up that next morning, that us admins were there to be like, hey, everybody, check this out. Look at this. Da, da, da. This is what it means. This is what it doesn't mean. And it also may be like, if you guys see us get particularly charged, which seems like we're pulling out the ruler and about ready to smack you guys like children, when you come in and you say some fuddy stuff, but you don't realize it's fuddy stuff, right? Like talking about an OA cell wall at Hedron when all that happened and us admins were literally jumping down your throats because we knew what it meant, but you guys didn't. We just didn't have the opportunity to teach you guys. And you guys had a literal fuck ton of other idiots, not to say that you guys are idiots, but those other people who were uneducated that don't care to educate themselves, that I would call idiots, going out there and saying all this shit because they don't care to validate the information that they hear. They just hear from somebody else that this is what it is, even if it is a respected member of the community that is also talking about shit that they don't understand, and then coming back in here and trying to tell us that we're the ones that need to understand what it is, when really all we want to do is ban you from the room because we do know what we're talking about. It's been proven, it's data verifiable that we know what we're talking about when we come to it. And then obviously a year later, everybody's back on the same page. Well, whose page are they on? The page of everybody else that was talking about all the stuff they didn't know about? Or are they on the page with the admins at the very, very beginning that were ready to pull out the ruler and start spanking everybody like little children, that weren't willing to listen and educate themselves on the simplest parts of how all this stuff really works, which is deriving a price in the first place? What support actually looks like when it comes to liquidity, right? And at that particular time, everything was fresh and everything was new, and being able to go and teach everybody about all that stuff, kind of like what I've been doing lately, the past couple months here with the Icosa Chat, that is publicly doing it in the Icosa Chat. It just wasn't the time for it at that time. But to try to reduce the FUD on that type of thing, it needed to be done in a certain way, whether it would just be like I said, emotionally charged, being like, you guys need to stop. Like, even the SA came in and did a code in a decimal that it put through a benevolence function that seemed really odd because it was only like $7 and some odd cents worth of Hedron that it burned, with a decimal up to 8 points. And we're like, well, that's stupid. Why would it do that? Unless it means something. And that's when Nomad Shanty ended up taking the decimal points and going and converting it to ASCII from a hexadecimal point, and then realized that it actually made words, where it was actually telling everybody exactly what we as admins were telling everybody. Get off of the USDC pairing. You guys want to be able to ride the magic carpet on Hex when it has this price appreciation, but yet you don't understand why it's not doing it. Well, 90% of the correlation of the asset itself was being correlated to USDC. That is a direct way to decorrelate your asset from another asset class. Direct way to that. That's how Hex this entire time, which those of us before Hedron had launched had already known how this all works with Hex when it comes to Hex and Ethereum and its correlation to Bitcoin and the bigger, broader macro financial systems, that when the broader financial systems start to show a reversal of positive momentum to negative momentum, that negative momentum in the macro financial legacy system starts dumping into Bitcoin, causing Bitcoin to shoot up, causes Ethereum to shoot up. And if you have the majority of your correlated assets in Ethereum, then Hex gets pulled up with Ethereum. And then it's a magic carpet ride for Hex to just, as Bitcoin goes up and goes through the roof, all of the other assets that are there, all the other ERC20s that are connected through the Ethereum network, did you notice that? You guys go look at Coinbase and you see Bitcoin go up, and then every other chart goes green too. But if you guys have noticed that there are certain period of times that the legacy finance market goes into the green, and then it looks like people are taking Bitcoin back into legacy finance, and it starts to have big red candles, that you have what is now called the floor of lava, whatever the fuck he calls it, right? The floor is lava, where Hex is the only green one that's there, because they always have a certain ratioed amount of connected liquidity to Ethereum, but they also have a certain ratioed amount of liquidity that's connected to a stable token, which if you take and swap the majority of your asset of your liquidity that was correlated to the other markets, Bitcoin, Ethereum, essentially just Ethereum, because it is connected to Bitcoin. So you don't have to connect it to Bitcoin. You can connect it to Ethereum. You decorrelate from Ethereum. You go from $1 million to $500 million. And then you connect what used to be $1 million and now put $500,000 into the USDC side. So now it's 1.5 million. So you're 2/3 more connected to USDC than you are to Ethereum. Now, all of a sudden, the big red candles that Ethereum has is only 1/3 affecting Hex. Or if you were to completely wipe out your Ethereum connection altogether, like let's just say that the market makers were so connected all together that when one moved, the rest of them moved all together, and you watch overnight the entire ETH pair just disappear and it all goes to USDC, and then magically the whole crypto market just dumps and nothing happens to Hex. As a matter of fact, I'm sure that you guys have seen that happen many, many times. And it's odd. It's very odd, as if all the market makers know each other and have known each other for years, and they talk to each other and they make movements together to make sure to protect the asset, and maybe even do it with the understanding of watching one particular entity that does those moves previous before those market movements happen, which would be the OA. For everybody to be protected and for everybody to not lose value in their assets and to have already moved it into stables and locked in their value at that particular time when they put it into liquidity. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. And then watching these ingenious, smart motherfuckers do this for the last couple of years. And then we get Hedron that comes out that's supported by the OA and Richard Hart. If not 100% supported, I get that. But at least in a small little fraction supported enough that it isn't shat on, and that at the Hex community, which I'm a part of, and you guys, most of you are too, all see the correlation between the two. Now I know that those market makers that are in Hex are also going to be the same ones that are coming into Hedron. Those very intelligent people who have more information to see what's happening before it actually happens without having a crystal ball, right? Just to read the markets and how it goes. And some of them are probably financial advisors, financial type of people, who knows, or they're just billionaires that already know that some of the effects of some of the things that are going to happen already have insider trader knowledge of stuff that's going to happen, which, yes, it fucking happens. And they just make shit happen before it's going to happen. And everyone else just follows along behind like they should, right? Not to expose anything, because I don't think that I am, but you've seen it once, you've seen it twice, you've seen it 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12 times. It becomes not so much of a coincidence anymore. It becomes a signal in the noise that you should pay attention to and follow. That's it. And do they move into Icosa? I don't know. I would love to assume so, but without going that far, being 6 months in, I'd rather teach you guys as much as I possibly can about how it works, what it is, so that way you guys, if need be, that are going to have all these Icosa assets and maybe even a fuck ton of Hedron that can connect those two different pairs together, maybe even a fuck ton of Hex on your own behalf that can connect Icosa and Hex together to decorrelate and recorrelate to the markets and away from the markets whenever you guys see fit, right? Maybe move from one pairing to another pairing to be able to save yourself some value, or maybe even the whole fucking community altogether, or just to get shit done. If you wanted to sell and use liquidity or whatever it is, we'll go through all that. I've already went through it today in the 6 hours that I've already been doing this. I did it 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks previous to that, and a week before that. So this is like my 4th or 5th public visual acknowledgement of doing these. And maybe I'll be able to continue doing this on the weekends. Maybe. I can't guarantee anything. I'm going to be pretty busy here coming up this next month. But like I said before, if I see some crazy shit that happens within the next couple weeks, which who knows, V3 could cause some really crazy shit to happen between the assets. Like I said, we got support all the way to 25 cents. If if that happens, and because V3 comes out, just a test net comes out, it's not a small thing, guys. Like, I get it. It's just a test net. They're not real coins and all that. But you guys all very well much know what happens after testnet is done and they have worked out the bugs, which there may be, right? They're going to literally be sending us in there, doing their own testing and having us use the network to try to break the fucker. So that way they can have, bugs appear and then have us go there and be like, hey, this is fucked up. Like, can you guys look at it? And they will, and then they'll fix it. And hopefully it doesn't create more bugs when they fix it, right? Essentially, you give it a good 90-day trial, right? 90 days of have everybody, as many people as possible, go in there and try to fuck shit up. And then within that 90 days, you have less and less and less. And by the end of 90 days, you've got no problems. And that would be best case scenario. Worst case scenario is you got so many problems that it's going to take more than 90 days to fix, which is sometimes, I mean, when they say software is hard, generally what you expect is worst case scenario anyway, right? You'd never, ever, ever expect best case scenario. You'll be very fucking disappointed. That is for sure. So don't go that far with your mentality. And like I said, 90 days is a good test run. If best case scenario does happen and there's literally no bugs, no problems, no nothing, it's just smooth as fuck as butter right when they launch the testnet phase, and even when they have high throughput points where, I mean, the devs can do some pretty gnarly tricks where they can kind of DDoS their own system, cause for within a minute or two millions of transactions to go through. And if the network doesn't flub up from any of that, doesn't even act like it's having an issue with all of a sudden the whole world got adopted to to Pulse chain all of a sudden, and it's just kind of like, all right, give me more. That's what they would want to have happen. However, that's kind of what they do to try to make the network break, which that's what you need to have that happen during the testing phase, previous to going live. So it's good to have it break. Don't be discouraged if you see some things like, oh, we got another bug, which I've seen that happen lately. People freak out about good news. Generally, any news is not bad news. Any acknowledgement of news is always good news. So I would expect to see probably some of that stuff here in the next couple of weeks, next few months, maybe. If I don't know why, I don't have anything to back this up, but for some reason in my head, without having any data to back it up, I still think that we're looking at maybe mainnet launch probably September-ish. And the only reason why I say that is because of the Mt. Gox thing and the grayscale thing and the tokens that the government has, which I think that they sold some of them in the last recent leg down, but they didn't sell all of them. I mean, they've got like $4 billion, $3 billion worth of Bitcoin that they're trying to sell. Mt. Gox has got to go through their thing. I mean, Ethereum's got to go through its updates to unlock all the Ethereum. I mean, there's some things that could cause some red candles and try to knock the system, knock the cryptocurrency ecosystem down a little bit from the recent rise that it's had. But the most important thing, like I was just telling you about decorrelating from those events happening, we've got some smart motherfuckers that have more than enough money that even if all the other market makers weren't paying any attention at all, that they can come in and double the liquidity with USDC and decorrelate us from those markets as they take a shit, while we're sitting at, I don't know, potentially 25 cents on Hex at that point in time, and not dumping like the rest of them, just sitting there. As a matter of fact, it may even go up because people are going to freak out. And where are they going to go? They're going to go to the one and only asset on all of cryptocurrency that's sitting there in the green while the floor is lava. And then all of a sudden we're going to be at 30 cents, 35 cents, or whatever, right? I'm just throwing numbers around now at this point, guys. Don't get too excited. But I mean, that's what we've seen time and time again in the last 3 years. It's happened over and over and over and over again, exactly like what I just described. And now we've got events that we know that are coming, and we can prepare for them and just get ready for them. And then those decorrelation things will happen. That's why today I was kind of showing you what you would look at and where you would look at those liquidity pairings and how much TVL is there and when ads are being done and when removes are being done. To pay attention to the ecosystem, the climate of the ecosystem may be changing at certain times when you watch those things. You know, you see a lot of removes happening, something's happening. You see a lot of ads happening into a different pair after those removes are done, and something is happening. You know, if you see it all being done into USDC, like a fuck ton of USDC and HEX are being added on the USDC pair, then that's an attempt to decorrelate from the markets and some, you know, fallback that may be happening. If the regular markets have a huge uprise and a green candle of like what's recently been happening, then after it starts to slow down and go sideways, you might see market makers start going away from the Ethereum pairing and going into the USDC pairing because they expect a big pullback on those larger assets, especially like Ethereum, when everybody else is trying to dump it right at that point because it just went up so high. And they don't want it to affect our asset. So they decorrelate it from there, let Ethereum dump, and then recorrelate it back again. So that way, when it goes back up again from its dump, we get another market rise. That's how you outperform Ethereum. That's how HEX has always been able to outperform Ethereum. When it dumps, you don't. When it rises, you do. Outperforming it. And the only way you can do that is the intelligence of the market makers and the liquidity providers that see those things happening, and they garner all of the trading fees in between and the asset appreciation on top of it. Everybody wins. Literally, everybody. You just got to be smart enough. I mean, that's why I think that instead of going through 7 hours of me sitting here talking today, that Richard just makes it very simple. Don't be too complicated. Just buy the asset, stake it. Don't worry about the rest of the shit. We got this. For a year and a half, I was like, nope, can't trust nobody. I got to learn how this shit works. My brain overthinks everything, overanalyzes everything. I can't trust anybody at all. I don't care if you're Richard Hart. I don't care. And in my diligence of being the way that I am and going through literally every piece of data and nitpicking through everything, now I can fucking relax, right? And see that, yes, okay, yeah, I can trust these guys to do what they say that they're going to do. And they've done it over and over and over again. I've got no reason to think anything different. And then now, if you come shit talking about HEX or Richard Hart or Alex or Hedron or Icosa, it's a lot for me to not want to murder you. I mean, psychologically and verbally, right? It would take a lot for me to just sit on my hands and not want to destroy you in the social environment. But it's still, nonetheless, have to be responsible. Can't act like a child, because I'm now since I went through doing all the work and I'm emotionally connected and I have this trust with these people, I just feel like I need to protect them, like I feel like I need to protect the community. I can't say my community; it's our community, you know. And I think that's good, right? We got to be like that in a certain way, right? Otherwise, you're just a trader jumping from one to the next, to the next, to the next, not giving a fuck about it. And more than likely, you're destroying and wrecking your portfolio. You can have, like they always say this, you can have 99 bad trades, and that one good trade is going to make up for the other 99 bad trades. Okay, but what about the same thing in the reverse? You could have 10 good trades, and in that one trade, you lost literally everything, and you're never going to be able to get back on your feet again. And I can tell you that 75-80% of the time, that is the way that it really goes. Very rarely does anybody have the one-shot wonder that makes up for the 99 other losses that you had. That's a fantasy. That's bullshit too. Very rarely does that ever happen. Most people get wrecked. And they think that they're smarter than everybody else. And I think that's why they accidentally trick themselves into making bad decisions, because that one win they had, they just get addicted. I want it again. It's like crack cocaine. Give me more. No. You should stop that shit. Make better decisions. Be smart. Be an adult. Get some responsibilities. Go outside. Get some fucking fresh air or something. Jesus. Find what happiness is. Then come back. Calm down. Just invest. And this isn't financial advice, but it is advice. Invest in the best, highest, most appreciated asset in the history of all cryptocurrency. Put it into a mining capability and earn passive income. Get involved in the other assets that are connected to it and do your best to make the best decisions for that. And then you're done. Hex was supposed to be, it's literally designed to be boring. Like, you just buy it, stake it, you're done with it. That's it. Just wait years, come back, and be fucking surprised that, you had a higher price than what you started with years previous. And that sounds incredibly boring. But I don't know if you guys have been part of this community for very long, but I'm pretty sure that you guys realize that even after you've staked it, that it's pretty exciting community. Like, people don't generally go away. Maybe in a bear market, they do. Like, some of the influencers disappeared. Now that we had some price appreciation, they decided to come back out of nowhere again. But that's neither here nor there. But at least they're back, right? They never actually left. They're back. And then some of the rest of you guys, we've been here for the whole entire bear market, right? From the bull market all the way up since 2019 till today, through all the bullshit and the fallout of all the crap. Every day we're in here. Maybe not in here in the voice chat, but at least in the chat, answering questions, talking to people, trying to make things more relevant. It's not just me. It's a lot of you guys too. I see it all happening. I see you guys making an effort to do helpful things, which, I mean, we're all volunteers in that respect. None of us get paid for doing any of those nice things. And I appreciate you guys as much as one that sits in a completely different state through the internet can possibly do. Which, who the fuck am I, right? I guess in reality, it means like other people who are like me, which some of you guys that are in here probably just like me and kind of see things the way that I do. We all appreciate that without actually having to say it. And that's why we're here. And we're going to be here for a long time, guys. Like, I've got, just in my first 555s, like 12 more fucking years. So we're only in year 3. So I don't intend on going anywhere, and I don't believe in EESing my stakes. So I won't be doing that. And they're natives too. So I can't just go to the auction and sell the fuckers, which I wouldn't anyway. But I do like having the availability of being able to do that now, obviously. Which even I sold 10x. I did sell 10x HSIs into Icosa to be able to get me such a very large position in Icosa as it currently sits. And I'm happy. I made that decision. I knew what I was doing. I educated you guys on whether it would be pertinent to do that or not, and how you guys were sitting there in your position. Some people, I told them it wouldn't have behooved them. Some people I said maybe it would. For me, it did. I'm happy with what I did. No, I don't think about it like, oh, I wish I still had my 10x HSIs. I still do, right? All my natives are all 10x, all of them. I can mint Hedron whenever I want and go into the staking pool. But even I do exactly what Alex says, which I think is the best case scenario, is I just let it sit there and build. Let it sit there and sit there and sit there and build. I don't claim every day. I've only claimed off of my native stakes one time. One time out of the last year, and it was recently. maybe like a couple of months ago. I did, because they finally got to a point where it made sense. And then I just staked the shit because now it's available to do it. Great. Now I'm making more value off of the assets in which I just was making assets off of the value of the stakes that I currently already had. No brainer. Absolutely a no brainer. This is probably one of the coolest situations of investing that was supposed to just be boring I think I've ever been involved in. And the community is fucking fantastic. All of you guys. Like, and I'm not sucking your guys' dicks. I mean, it does sound like I am, but I mean the community as a whole. Like, generally, fucking amazing community, sticks together. I feel bad for the other asset community people that come against Hexicans or Hedronians or Icosians or even the Maxi guys. Like, we're all Hexicans no matter where you go in these assets that have Hex as the underlying asset. Like, we fucking gangbang people, like, to a fucking bloody pulp when they come at us. And even other influencers in those assets know better now. Like, they even make statements like that. Like, don't fuck with the Hexicans. They're fucking crazy. They are a very devoted community that if you go against them, you're not dealing with one of them. Like, they're so crazy that they fight with each other and then they high five each other afterwards. It's great. I absolutely love it. It's fantastic. You couldn't ask for anything better. And then we're not even started, guys. Like, think about that. Think about if they thought we were crazy before, just wait until we actually get where we're going, right? Like, we are pre-viral. We only have less than 500,000 people that are just buying the token, not even staked. There's only like 100 and some odd thousand. There's just as many people who sacrifice to PulseX as stakers. Just a little over 100,000 people. So we got a ways to go in getting out there and getting people past it. But what I've noticed is recently is a lot of these influencers, these other influencers, not the Hex influencers, but the other ones, are starting to tone it down. They're starting to not come at Hex like they used to. A lot of them are turning completely 180 and starting to talk more about Hex. And some of them even apologized about how they were wrong. Like, this is a turning point. And I think we all knew it. We all said this was going to happen. And that, you know, like the Google Calendar, like, remind me of this thing. Like, imagine the big gulp, the rock in their throat that they had when they had a Hexican after an asinine comment, put that on their timeline of this is not gonna age well for you. And 3 years later, it didn't age well for them, and now they're apologizing. And it's gonna get better and better, because we know one thing: everything that those guys say is bullshit. Because they don't understand it. They didn't take the time to understand it. They're not educated on what the OA is, who Richard Hart is, how Hex works, any of those things. And you know just by the comments in which they made. And we take a lot of effort and diligence to take the time to learn how all this stuff really works. I mean, just Hex alone is not simple. Being an immutable contract that can't be changed with no middlemen, it has to be well thought out. Therefore, it doesn't make it easy to be a programmed currency. It makes it particularly complicated, which means that the dumb people aren't going to be really the ones that are the majority of the community that stay for a long period of time. The intelligent, smart ones will, because they're already done with the education. They already did their due diligence. They already know what they need to know. You know, it's the crazy ones like me that go to the nth degree, go even further into it to have this need to absolutely at all costs not trust anybody. I don't care who you are until I've gotten myself to that point. I don't care. You can't tell me anything. Only I will convince myself of those things. And like I said, I'm far past years ago, year and a half ago, year and a half ago, 2021, beginning of 2021, I was already in it to win it. I think Hex was just not even a penny yet. By the time I was already like, yep, we're all 100% on board. Anything else I was getting invested in is no longer, didn't even have me anymore. It was all Richard Hart, everything at that point. For good reason, guys, by the way. I didn't just willy-nilly be like, oh, fucking Richard Hart's the man, and then just start going into it. Like, I spent a lot of time getting really into the nitty-gritty of all the scammy processes of what everybody was saying and really kind of figuring it out for myself without even going to an influencer and having them tell me, hey, go look at this and that and the other and all the rest of the shit. I already knew where to look. Go look at the originating addresses that have the control of these things, and then be very brutal in my judgments as to whether I thought it was a negative thing or not. And like I told you guys an hour ago, not one fucking time have I ever seen any of those addresses do something that I would consider, with my decision to be very judgmental on those addresses, do anything that was like negative. As a matter of fact, there was a lot of lessons that I learned watching it do things the way that it did things, which now these days I'm coming out publicly and I'm kind of expressing and telling you guys some of these things and how it's done and why it's done and why it would be beneficial to do these things and not negative. Which is pretty important, I think, right? And I'm probably preaching to the choir with some of you, right? Some of the things that I say is probably stuff that you guys already know, but if anything, I can at least back you, be on your side, and validate that the way that you feel is not for nothing, right? Like, maybe you didn't do all the education, do all the grinding work to come to this conclusion that you already felt that Hex was different than everything else. And you just decided willy-nilly, in my opinion, willy-nilly, to just go for it, which congratulations to you, right? That you didn't have to, your psychology wasn't overburdening yourself to have to go through all that work. And you came to that conclusion on your own behalf and taking a risk, in my opinion. And you just made the right choice. Congratulations. And I will be on your side, right? I will be the one that's ready to throw punches at the next person that comes at you about some stupid shit that they don't know what they're talking about, right? For free of charge. I don't have no kids. I don't need to worry about none of that shit. I got probably less responsibilities than you anyway. Now I'm being kind of sarcastic, a little bit sarcastic. So, before I go, does anybody have anything to say? Any questions? Anything that they want to throw out there before I head out?
I think I'm good for today. Much thanks. Much appreciated as always. I'm glad. I was supposed to work today, but yeah, I'm glad I didn't, and I spent a little bit of free time getting educated on those subjects.
Nice. You didn't miss work because of me, right?
No. Work was canceled today.
Okay, good. It's about to go dad mode on your ass. So make sure to burn your fucking Wattses, increase my pool share, and we'll call that my fee.
Wish.
So I was calculating this the other day. Before I head out, I'll give some enlightenment on new educating things that I'm going towards now. And I was looking at the amount burned in the last 7 months of the Wattses has been about I think I did it in a range of averages, which was about 1,000 Wattses in 7 months average, which is tough to do because we've only had one round of 7 months, but that's 7 different averages I can calculate together into one overall average, and 1,000. So let me pull this up real quick and see if I saved it. I didn't intend on saying this, but fuck it. So if it was 1,000 in 7 months, then that would be a long-term hold. Now let's remember this. Wattses are a king of the hill moment, right? Whoever survives the longest wins. So the long-term hold on an average of 1,000 over 7 months would be 20 times 12, 240 divided by 7 would be 34 7-month periods. So that would be suffice to say that within those 34 7-month periods, that is in reality to a year's period is only 20 years. So if we kept the same average of 1,000 every 7 months that we're getting burned, that there would be 0 Wattses left in 20 years. And if you had, let's see, 2,000. If you had a 1 B point Wattsa, then let me go take a look at this. Over that period of time, wow. If the current average kept up, which is not the case, so I'll have to dilute it slightly. Over 7 months. So what is it? I think I was looking at one of those other sites that has that information on there. Hedron.today. Is that it? No, not that one. The other one.
Hex model.
Hex model. Yeah, it tells you how much a 1 B point Wattsa has today. I think it's like 2,000. 2,093. So what did I say? 34 7-month periods. 2,093 times, 34. That would be a 20-year hold to say that you were able to keep that average up, which you should technically kind of be able to, as far as your pool percentage. But in reality, that's not that's not real, because there's going to be less and less Hedron. There's going to be less availability for that Hedron. Even if the auctions kept going in the way that it was going, the share rate pushing it forward and the price appreciation for Hedron means less Hedron is going to be burned, less capabilities for more Icosa to be minted. So it's going to get more and more rare. So this is a over exacerbated number for just one B point, but needless to say, that's 71,162. So if we subtract it by 30%, then we can say that a 1 B point at the end of your hold, just with one of them, could potentially have somewhere around, just for good measure, let's just say 40 to 40, yeah, around 40,000 Icosa in it within a 20-year period. And within 20 years, price appreciation of the asset could be significant. I mean, look at Bitcoin. It went from literally $0 to 65 grand in 15 years. So I'm going to see. Okay, so July 2010, Bitcoin started at 8 cents. By February 2011, it was at $1. 1 year, not even 1 year later, it was already from 8 cents to $1. By April 2013, a little over 2 years later, it was at $100. By December of 2013, only a few months later, it went from $100 to $1,000. 4 years later, from December 2013 to December 2014, 17, it was $20,000. Now, mind you, I know I'm not acknowledging the fact that it went from 0 to 8 cents, from 8 cents to $1, back down to 30 cents, from 30 cents to $100, from $100 down to like $8, from $8 to $1,000, from $1,000 to what, like $120, from $120 over the next 4 years, all the way up to 20 grand, from 20 grand down to 13,000, from 13,000 up to 40K in January 2021. And then from 40K, didn't really have much of a pullback. It went to 30K, and then it went all the way up to 67K in November 2021. And that's the last analytic of the key price milestones of Bitcoin's history so far. And I wouldn't expect, I mean, for it to go any other direction, honestly. And if that's the ultimate underlying asset, and we are moving on to a new digital age of assets that can appreciate like this, understanding that it has less utility than these other assets that we're currently in. And I've already expressed to you the importance of how I feel about HEX. Then HEX being the underlying asset that has extremely smart market makers that understand how to decorrelate and recorrelate to the markets as it sees fit to be able to outperform things like Bitcoin and Ethereum. I mean, I'm not going to shoot you any prices or anything on Icosa, but I would have to say that it's highly likely that it's going to be within 15 to 20 years that Icosa is going to be a hell of a lot more expensive than our current prices right now. So having a 1 B point Watsa could be significant, especially if like I said, another 1,000 gets burned in another 7 months. I mean, your share position could go up like a lot. And I don't expect for you guys to go run and educate everybody else on what I'm saying right now. There's only 32 of you in here. Chances are that the 32 of you guys that are in here are not, unless like Siggy is recording this and puts this out there right now, whatever, it's fine. Maybe a couple hundred people will see it or listen to it. Maybe not this far in. I mean, like, what, we're like 7 hours in. If they're still listening to me go on about this 7, then they deserve to hear what I'm saying right now. But as those Wattses get burned, and there is, like, you know, it goes from 20,000 right now to 19 to 18 to 17 as Icosa is being minted less and less because the share rate's moving forward. Like, you gaining that share position on those things, anything that happens that mints more Icosa into existence is going to almost guarantee that no matter who's doing what in anything else, whether it would be the Icosa staking pool or the Hedron staking pool, that you will be the one that's rewarded. So to those of you that hear my words right now, the 32 of you that are listening right now, I would suggest not to burn your Wattses, no matter what price it goes to. Yeah, I get it. You got to capture some value in a percentage as it goes up. Not on those. I wouldn't suggest doing it on those. I mean, that is definitely a long-term hold for sure. I don't care what you think that you need to capture for your value is. And this isn't financial advice, not at all. It's just intelligent advice on the reality of it. But to anybody else, any of the other thousands of people that are involved, that, and you know what, maybe, just maybe, some of you 32 that are in here happen to be part of that original $21 million. It could be all of you. Like, maybe just us 33 people are the actual people that hold on to all that. And all those wallets are just ours. And I just fucked all of us by saying what I just said. And nobody burns another one ever again. But I doubt it. I doubt it. But, yeah, to think about that, the potential on a 1B share could be, you know, maybe, now this is, like I said, an average, 40,000 over a 20-year hold. Imagine that your $1,000 at Icosa 15 years later down the road, 20 years later down the road, could have a value of $10, $100, $1,000, and all you spent was $1,000, and now you've got millions of dollars in one fucking NFT. I can tell you right now that when I'm telling you guys about how this liquidity works and how to be able to appropriate those assets to be able to get in and out of positions, that, yeah, that's probably going to be way more assets than you're going to want to put onto a liquidity pairing at one particular time. But you can do it in small little fashions anyway, right? Especially if it is, God, I couldn't imagine one Icosa being $1,000, let's say. You know, you take 20 of them, that's 20 grand. Just do that, right? It's at that point, if you've got 40 fucking thousand, literally, you're the Satoshi of Icosa at this point. We are all the SA makes sense now, right? At that point, today, it's all willy fucking nilly at the bottom of the fucking bear market. Like, price don't even make sense in people's heads anymore. It's when you get to the other side of it that it's not a matter of the top of the market or the bottom of the market. It's time in the market that is now winning. 15 years down the road, like I told you before about about Bitcoin itself. I mean, in 2010, 13 years ago, it was 8 cents. Think about that. It doesn't matter the highs and the lows and the bear markets and the bull markets and the rise and fall of 95% and all the rest of that shit, and the psychological turmoil that would have happened with all those people in their heads during those times between 2010, 11, 2013, 2017, 2019, and 2021. This recently happened, right? Like, none of that shit matters. If they had a Watson in 2010 that had a bunch of Bitcoin that was in it, that kept creating more and more Bitcoin over a certain period of time, and they held it till today at 8 cents, right? 8 cents per Bitcoin, which is about the same value that you would have got for your price per dollar for your points that you would have got, right? Like I guess, maybe, probably not. I think it's diluted a little more. Either way, it doesn't matter. I think you see where I'm going with this. If it was to create more Bitcoin and have that, and that's only 13 years ago, that would have happened. And I'm talking a 20-year hold to make sure that now you're potentially the king of the mountain, right? With the average of how many that have already been burned, if that average stays congruent, if it stays the same way that it's currently been going. And how many of you guys would agree with me that as price goes up on Icosa, that more people are going to burn those? So if we have higher price appreciation faster than what we've had previously in the last 6 months, which isn't even a whole lot of time, or 7 months, I guess, wouldn't you assume that maybe that average might increase? That more than 1,000 might actually get burned in the next 7 months if, I don't know, we all of a sudden come out of the bear market and go into the bull market? That maybe some broke plebs are going to need to burn some of those Wattses and pull some of their Icosa and try to dump it onto the market to be able to take profit on what they're getting there, because now it's no longer, what is the price right now? 60 some odd cents, 68 cents. What is it? 67 cents. Now it's $1.20, doubled in value. You think that they'll probably burn some of those things when the price goes up? Yeah, I do. I absolutely do. Why? Psychology is a fickle beast. Absolutely. Even some of the smartest people that know exactly what they should do and when they should do it and all those things are still going to have their own psychology working against them, because I don't care who you are always going to be your own worst enemy every single time. Every good move you make, congratulations to you. Every bad move that you make, congratulations to you, because you are the one that did that to yourself. Whether you decide to take the path of the influencer, giving you advice that said that you should go this direction, and that was the wrong direction, it's still your choice to either go down the path that you were already walking before you even knew there was such of an influencer that was trying to talk words to you in the first place, or you took heed to those words and took a step off of that path and decided to go that direction. You could have not, but still, either way, you still had to make a choice. Do I continue down my path or do I not? That's still a choice, whether you ignored that person or not. Right?
Very good reasoning, executioner. I appreciate all your discourse in here. Thank you. And I'm sure I speak for many.
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate you. So that's my outro, I guess, really, was to get to that finale of that. Just always remember that no matter what you do, it's a choice that you're going to have to make. And you got to decide whether that particular choice is going to bring you happiness or not, or not even that, satisfaction. And just be satisfied or happy with it, right? You can tell yourself, oh, I made a bad choice, but if I didn't make that choice to end up here, then I wasn't taking a risk. And if I didn't take risks, then I wouldn't be in a better position to be either educated or rich, or both. Who knows? It all depends on the choice you make. I know that isn't particularly helping anybody in specific situation at all, but that's all I got for you, because I can't, in no way would I ever be able to tell you or myself the right choices, what are ultimately exactly the right choice. All I can say is, to those of you who have currently gotten into HEX in 2019, 2020, and 2021, and into the future, that congratulations to you. That I think that you are making a good choice. And then any of the other derivatives that you're getting into that are connected to that, with those market makers that make incredibly intelligent decisions on how they handle all the asset value appreciation and depreciation, they've got your better interest at heart. And for that, I'm going to congratulate you again for continuing to make smart decisions on those particular things. I hope that you guys all become fat and happy with your wallets full. Just a little bit of positivity, hopefully, in this world that is currently just trying to shit down everybody's throats and make you feel like everything you do is wrong. That's not true. It's not true at all. So, in saying that, I got some shit I gotta get done. Probably should have did it a while ago, but nonetheless, I'm going to probably do another market analysis in a couple of weeks. Give the market some time to move. If I came back on here tomorrow and said the same thing, I would be just as annoyed and tired of it as you guys would be. Right? So I have thought about maybe potentially getting onto YouTube and making a video instead of it being 7 hours long, like this class. I don't even know if you call it class, but this chat that we're having, where it's just pretty much me talking to you guys, telling you guys all sorts of points and stuff. That maybe I can have a more concise, direct video of everything on its points without going into such great detail about it. I don't know how helpful that would be. I've gotten a few people that have come to me and asked me to do it. Have it on my own channel. Have it just be like this. It's not a live video. It's not going to be something like what Discourse Syndicate does or those other guys do live. Just make a video, throw it out there. No, my face will not be on it. I have no intention on doxing myself, because I'm going to be honest, I have more intention on being wealthy and being worried about being known publicly. So I don't want that to happen. So I think.
Yeah, if wait, can you hear me? Is my mic wrecked?
Yep. No, your mic's not wrecked.
Okay. Yeah, if you just come in here and talk, and then you have somebody edit it into some coherent thing, that might be the easiest way to do it.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And then just throw it on my channel for people to see it, so they know where to go. Yeah. I suppose I could try doing that too. But I mean, that's work for somebody else to do, right? And that's kind of, I don't ask for people to do work for me, because I'm not
yeah,
paying.
I mean, somebody will probably do it for free, maybe. I'm not saying I would do it, but I imagine there's a lot of people out there that would do something like that for you.
I mean, that'd be nice, but I don't have any expectations for anybody to do anything like that. I mean, Siggy and Deft Thought already do like a good, I mean, they already record the things and release it like full blast, like everything that I say gets put out there, which may not always be the best thing, honestly, really, because there's probably some things that really should just be like private, like with the participants that do decide to show up, that give a shit, that want to listen to what I have to say, probably shouldn't be on blast on YouTube, I guess, like forever for anybody, even the SEC, like, you know, or whoever the fuck, to come on there and just kind of get unloaded on by me and all the shit that I'm saying. But because I don't want to be considered an influencer in any way. Not at all. Not at all. I don't care for it. I don't want to be. I just want to be an educator that educates on those who are willing to comprehend what I'm saying and utilize it to their own benefit, or not utilize it at all, just to know how it works. And that's it, just because of interest, general interest. That's all I,
Yeah,
that's
if
all.
somebody wants to, then if somebody wants to edit it, in theory, then they would save you you would literally just be an educator, and then they could even put video themselves, and you'd be like, yeah, I was just talking. Someone recorded it. Whoops.
Right. Yeah, because it's not like when I when I come in, I know when the recording started, and I don't like establish that. Hey, this is Executioner. I'm here. Da 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 da. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Da, 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 and all the rest of the crap. Like, I don't care for that. Like, people are like, what times do you usually get on to do it? I'm like, I don't. Like, there's no time, there's no schedule. It's the luck of the draw, quite literally. If you're lucky enough to be around when I decide to come in here and talk publicly, then congratulations to you. And I will be so bold to say that you're lucky to have that happen. Not that I don't put myself up there on this pedestal, but I have enough people ask me the same question, like, do I have a schedule, and when can they move their life around? Which is nice that, nobody's asking, can you come on a certain day and do this thing? Because I don't have time I work at that time and I don't have time for that. Like, I want to be honest with you. I care about you as a community, but I don't care about your problems. And I don't care to move my schedule around to do this. Do I really want to be on here for 7 hours talking about all this stuff? Yes, I do. Are you guys prepared for that? Some of you, yeah, you probably are when it comes to me. You guys probably know that when I get to going on some of this stuff, that I'm going to go very far into detail. I'm going to go in through a lot of data, a lot of statistics, a lot of stuff. And that 7 hours is probably not even enough time to actually go through the majority of it and actually get you guys to a point where you guys can ask pertinent questions and then keep me going for longer and longer and longer. But already I skipped breakfast, I skipped lunch, and now it's getting close to dinner. I've literally done nothing all day. It's Saturday. I haven't even taken my dog outside. She's a puppy, so she probably already handled it somewhere in the house, which does not make me happy. She was at me like, I didn't do shit, man. But like, it just is what it is. And if somebody was to be so kind to take time out of their day to go edit those things and make it more concise, somebody who actually understands what I'm saying and cut out some of the long drawn out parts where I'm going into incredible detail into stuff, that would be awesome. I won't pay you for it. It'll be under your own behalf. It would be under your own ability as a community member to take part in establishing grounds for pushing that own education. And you can put it on your own channel. I don't care. If you want to let me know about it so I can tell other people that if they want to hear some of the stuff that I have to say, that they can go there to that channel. You don't even have to tell them that it's me, Executioner. Maybe some people might actually go there if they find out. I don't know how I'm viewed. I don't really think of myself like that. Like, I'm somebody that if you put my pseudonym out there, that people will go, oh shit, I've heard about him. Maybe I should go listen to this. And then they're going to wish they didn't after 7 hours. Who has 7 hours to sit there and listen? Unless you're a truck driver or you're at work. If you're at work, which some of you probably are right now, maybe. It is Saturday, never mind. Maybe though. Then it's probably a good time for me to like make your day go by really fast, right? Unfortunately, the majority of what I'm going over these days, I'm screen sharing, and a lot of what I'm looking at, I'm literally directing you with my mouse what to look at and why, and giving you the more detail, which I think is very pertinent to understanding in the education of how this stuff really works, as opposed to me doing 10-hour streams back in the day, months ago, where I would be in here almost every day doing 8, 9, 10-hour long chats with everybody, having 40, 50, 60 people in here every day.
My questions were too pertinent, I suppose.
Maybe. But we had fun though, right? Like when I wasn't screen sharing, it's almost like it opened up an availability for the rest of the chat to interrupt me and to talk about how they felt about things and to give their opinion on maybe some of the things I was talking about, or redirect and the whole conversation over into something else, right? Because I think there was a
figured out the whole world. Ultimately,
right.
We just figured it all out.
Yeah, of course, right. But when I'm screen sharing, it seems like that is not the case. People do not want to interrupt. They see where my head is going because I'm actually showing you what I'm looking at and where my head is going. So it's not like you can have somebody come in and interrupt the situation and be like, why are you guys talking about, this is the Icosa chat. You guys should be talking about Icosa, like specifically. And you guys talking about liquidity, we should be talking about Watts' and all this. And it's like, yeah, we certainly could. But that's the surface layer stuff. And some people want to know the underlying stuff, like how does this stuff really actually work? How can what can you, executioner, show me that I can take without you being around and taking me by the hand on my own behalf? Can I go look at? What sites can I go look at? What places can I go see what you're seeing? And can you show me what you're looking at so when I go look at it, I can make sense of it? And then give me some examples of what you're looking at and what it means. So when I go look at it, I already know how to take that into consideration on my next move so I can stop being paralyzed from moving at all. And then now we've got people who are taking their V3 liquidity and putting it on V2. And they're like, oh, he's right. It is less risky. It is better. I don't intend on removing it anyway. Like, and I would love to always be, I'm tired of the price being volatile and moving out of my range, and I'm not gathering fees. I love the fact that I could always be gathering fees. That's something that he taught me. That's great. I heard about it, but I didn't really know what the advantages, disadvantages, and the intricate parts of the reasons why people would or would not do this. Since I was able to listen to him for a couple of hours on some of these things, I was even exposed to him where I had the opportunity at any point in time to interrupt him, where when I said, hey, he stopped, and I asked my question, and he went into 30 more minutes on this other tangent and went into great detail on my question, and I have no more questions afterwards. I am 100% solid on what I was confused about. And fuck yeah, that was awesome that he wasn't just on some YouTube video going through all this stuff. And now I gotta type a comment, maybe find him at a later date. Like anybody know where Executioner's at? Because I'm telling you right now, I said at the beginning of this chat, I've recently got a position is with engine. I'm going to be an engineer for a hospital, and that's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of my time. And I'm passionate about this in the community, but there's other things in my life that I'm passionate about. I don't know if you guys have gotten this, but my brain, it works in a way that is very fast. I don't do drugs either, guys. So this is just the way that my brain works. I have to be constantly engaging with stuff. So problem solving, new intuitive ideas, thinking about things, creating stuff from scratch, things that may not even exist in this world, and creating them into existence to make things more efficient and make them better in the real world. If it happens to be something that is saving lives, which is where I'm about to go, then this is where I would love to go. This is something that I think is going to be really incredibly challenging. And I tend to obsess about things. So I am going to be particularly busy. I'm going to have a lot of fun doing it too, but I'm not going to forget about, obviously, this community and everything else that we've gone through. My attempts to educate you guys isn't a bon voyage, right? It's not going to be you guys get what you get and that's it type thing, because I still will be here, but you just probably won't be as exposed to me like you have been for the last 10 months, Okay. Which I think that's fine. We got some really intelligent people in this community, some people who do all sorts of fantastic things that kind of like what I do and are more than capable of taking some of the education that they have and maybe taking the, I don't want to say take the torch, because there is no torch, unfortunately, guys, but just doing on your own behalf. Like, you don't have to come here and educate people like what I'm doing, but at least through what you guys have, just make the better choices on your own behalf and just do stuff as a community. Start providing liquidity when it makes sense to. Right now in Icosa, doesn't really make sense to. You're going to get paid more in your interest, in your APRs, in your APYs, depending on how long you're playing that game, to utilize the protocol. But when it does make sense that you can actually go make more in fees by being a market maker because you have so much asset because you were in early and you did the right thing, that you're gonna be very happy and thankful that we had some of these discussions on what you can do as your next stair step up of what you can do with everything that you already previously did, as opposed to just market selling and dumping the price. There's so many other cool things that you can do that are actually community beneficial. And then you might even find out that through some of the stuff that you were doing, that at first you were like, I need to figure out how to market sell without market selling. And then you're going to figure out, oh shit, now that I'm doing what he was saying, it makes a lot more sense for me to be able to do some of this stuff. And now I'm garnering fee. I'm making a whole nother passive income off of the 2 years of the protocol giving me passive income. His teachings of how to get in and out of positions is now showing me a way to get a whole nother way of passive income through ratios that I can control. Like, holy fucking shit. When he said this was the Holy Grail, I didn't realize that he was being literal when it comes to financial stuff in DeFi. If there was no liquidity, there would be no price, period. No TA is gonna all of a sudden make a price of an asset. Liquidity will. Liquidity is the only way that it happens. And to learn how that stuff works is the utmost important thing to any investor. And yes, it is complicated. If every single one of you just tried to figure it out on your own, I think that you are more than capable of being able to figure it out if you were inclined enough to find other people that are like-minded to you, that when you talk to each other, it made sense and you didn't confuse each other, like what I had happen. It was almost like a perfect storm of a few select people who were around when Uniswap first became something that happened, right? And attaching our mental fortitude towards Uniswap and digging into it very hardcore. How does this shit work? The math is extremely complicated. It doesn't seem like it's complicated, but it can be. Especially like when I was showing you guys about exotic pairings, right? How they're actually worked through ratios. And if one asset goes one way and another asset goes another, then it's going to change the entire ratios altogether, even if they only move just by a little bit. And now you have to redo the math all over again. So that's kind of the next step that I'm not even taking you guys to, because that's going to make it even more confusing. If you guys can get and understand through the stable side and the correlation side to those other exotic pairs, even Ethereum Hex is an exotic pair, right? Anything that's to a stable is not considered exotic, right? So that's what I mean by exotic pairs. Hedron Hex, Icosa Hedron, Icosa Hex, ETH Hex, ETH Icosa, ETH Hedron, all exotic pairs. USDC Hex, USDC Hedron, USDC Icosa, not exotic pairs. Anything connected to a stable, not exotic. Way easier to understand because it tells you the price without having to do all the math. I mean, it literally tells you right on the price chart and the liquidity, what the prices are. So it makes it very severely easy. And then if you can wrap your head around those easy pairs and you understand how correlation works, then you're going to be a very small class of people who get the correlation side and how you can create a position for your asset to outperform everything. And anything that's ever existed in the history of all stuff, even in the S&P 500, you could create the availability without manipulation to have your asset overperform everything. And already having an asset like Hex, the underlying asset that's connected to Hedron and Icosa and Maxi and their perpetuals and all of that, as long as the market makers, the liquidity providers, are doing their due diligence to understand how this stuff works to the nth fucking degree, then every single one of those assets, obviously as individual assets, these things have to be done. You can have them all outperform. Or you can just figure out the correlation between them and make sure that you're correlating the majority of the assets to the one that is already doing all. Imagine that if Hex had a bunch of market makers that had inside trader information or something like this, like, let's not say that's illegal. So let's not say that that's the case, but they had information to know that the legacy finance markets were going to go one way or the other. So previous to that, they decorrelated or recorrelated. They decorrelated from it to save from a price drop, or they recorrelated to it to take advantage of a price increase. Then you would have to do that with every single asset. Hex would have to decorrelate and recorrelate on its own behalf. Hedron would have to do that too, would have to decorrelate and recorrelate on its own behalf, meaning maybe it's potentially completely other different people, but all know the same stuff, just doing it because they see the same signals. And then Icosa doing the same thing, Maxi doing the same thing, all the perpetuals, and the fact that there's like 9 of them all together differently, each individual having to go and move all of their assets from ETH to USDC, or from USDC over to ETH, all in one big old fell swoop. 9, it would be 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 different assets, all a fervent of activity of moving from one side to the other. Or you could make this really fucking simple, which I don't see this happening. But if we were all, if all of you guys all lived in my head, let's say, and you guys had no choice but to do what I thought, and that was it, like in some sort of dictatorship, right? Then I would have Hex be the one with all of its market makers being the ones that did all the calls, the shot calls, that whenever it moved, decorrelated or recorrelated from one side to another, that all the other assets weren't even connected to a stable token at all. The only asset that there would be liquidity into for Hedron, for Icosa, for Maxi, for all the perpetuals, and any other thing that we may or may not consider good for the community at all, especially when Pulse Chain launches, is connected directly to Hex. Not a single penny anywhere else. Everything else has Hex backing it up. So that means that every other chart, so you got Bitcoin, you got Ethereum, and 15,000 other shit coins that are out there, that when Bitcoin goes up, they all go up. When Bitcoin goes down, they all go down, except for our community. If what happened in reality was what I just said, that none of the other liquidity is tied to stable tokens, it's only through Hex, and that's it. All of the Hedron tied to Hex, all of the Icosa tied to Hex, all of the Maxi and perpetuals tied to Hex. That's a lot of Hex, mind you. But let's just say that was the case. Then when Hex moved, all the rest of them would move. It would be the new Bitcoin. And whenever Bitcoin went up, Hex would go up. Whenever Bitcoin went down, those market makers would decorrelate. All the rest of the market would shit all over the place. And you would have just our assets sitting there in a pool of lava, every single one of us. And that would be the easiest way to do it. But that's not reality. In reality, we have 13 different assets that all have to individually make their own choices. So sometimes, as you guys can see, that Hex goes to the moon and the rest of them are just kind of sitting there like retards. And you're like, what happened? And you're like, well, it's clear. Other assets are not correlated the way they were supposed to. The signal that said green side go from one side to the other only happened in hex, didn't happen over here. And then maybe a day later or two, now the rest of them start to pick up. The reason why that is because the other market makers, the other liquidity providers go, oh, fuck, I didn't see the signal. I'm a day late, dollar short, literally. And then they decorrelate or recorrelate and move their assets from one side to the other, just like that. Where now they're going to, oh, we should have just been, if we were connected to hex when it moved up, then we wouldn't have had to go through all this work. Duh. Well, why don't you just all the time, have the majority of your assets connected to hex? You don't need to decorrelate from it. The only one that needs to make sure that it's doing that is the underlying asset, which is hex. And those market makers already do that. Already know what to do. They've proven it many times that they see these signals, they know exactly what to do. And because of that, it has outperformed every other asset that's ever existed. Because they know something everybody else doesn't. So when everything else goes to shit, it doesn't. When everything else starts to rise, it goes with them. Because they see when they need to decorrelate and recorrelate. And if we just did that, and just said, okay, fuck having to deal with connecting to all this other stuff. If we just made sure that the majority of it was connected to hex, then whenever it does whatever it does, then the signal just turns on for the rest of them. Turns on for everybody else whenever it does, and turns off for everybody else whenever it does. And that's just the way that it would work. It would be that simple. But that's not reality. That's not what we have here. We got market makers that come in that don't know anything about anything. They just know that to do things the way that they normally do, they connect it to USDC. You got $2 million worth of asset value connected to USDC, decorrelating you from the rest of the market and hex, which that is not what we have these assets for. We would love to be connected to hex because we got fucking arbitrary ceilings that are attached to it. As it goes up, we should be following and being able to hit those ceilings and be able to use these assets in different ways to arbitrate, to get arbitration and more value off of Icosa to be able to go sell into the buyback. Well, if we just connected the majority of our assets to hex, then we would have the availability to still move price with USDC by having less of a connected liquidity pairing with them, and be able to still swap back and forth between Icosa and hex whenever the fuck we wanted to. You get the best of all worlds right there. For those who were late that wanted to get into hex and have Icosa through this 200% APY, they'd be able to go through it and it wouldn't even affect the price because they're not selling it in USDC. They're just directly swapping from Icosa over to hex, changing the ratio. That doesn't change the price. And the router will do it all on its own because it sees, oh, well, the majority of the stuff that they want is already there connected through to hex. It's got $10 million worth of Icosa and hex connected to each other, while USDC only has 1 million. Well, obviously, the router is going to choose the biggest pair, and it's going to go straight through. It isn't going to fuck with USDC. So since it does that, it doesn't affect the price at all. And you can free willy-nilly go to hex, back from hex, all around hex, to Icosa, back from Icosa. Hedron could be the same thing. Not going to affect the price. And the SA, I'll reiterate this again for the third time. The SA said that in that code that it did in the benevolent function when it only burned like $13 worth of Hedron and had 8 decimal symbols afterwards. It was 2 different transactions. The first one said win moon, and the other one said swap from USDC to hex. And it was specifically talking to the LP. It said LP switch from USDC to hex. It was literally telling everybody that was providing liquidity at that time that this is the way that you're supposed to play this game. And it didn't happen. There were some, at the very beginning of Hedron, there was a whole group of liquidity providers that were in a totally separate room away from Hedron that we all knew who each other were. So there was like 20 of us, or maybe less than that. So we all knew who each other were. So not only were we in those rooms being like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, get the fuck out of there. You are causing for a lot of this downturn to happen with these markets doing the things that they're doing. They're like, nope, this is what I do. This is just how I do it. I'm not doing what you guys say. I'm just going to keep doing the way that I do it. And it's like, bro, please, for fuck's sake, stop doing things the way that you do it, because it's not good. They were being selfish. And I'm not going to say who they were. Not at all. I don't do that. But it was incredibly frustrating. But now, I mean, we got so many people with so many assets. We've got, it just is what it is now, right? Like the SA is doing a good job of being able to try to mitigate some of that, since it has been providing liquidity and stacking assets to be able to counter those same people that are big players, but would rather be in stables. The ones who try to actually manipulate the price. The rest of us, we're doing everything we can to try to fight that, I guess, right? Because we want to be overperforming too, right? Not just with Hex, but with Hedron and Icosa. Icosa, not so much, right? It was just pretty much Hedron that we had that issue with some of the bigger players that live in countries that don't have tax burdens like that to worry about. But Icosa, it's almost like when it came out and we had this opportunity, it's like I realized that I have to put out some sort of education to you guys in some sort of way. So that way, those of you who are in on day one, and even today, 6 months in, have a high potential of having more buying power to be able to get in, because there is more liquidity now than there was then at the beginning. And you can get into a good position, get into the staking or mining or whatever the fuck we're calling it these days, and garner a large amount of the assets. And then we together as a team, a community, can try to keep our eyes on what Hex is doing when it decorrelates, and we see that it's starting to go, add a fuck ton of USDC, or vice versa, start removing a fuck ton of USDC. We have to do the same thing. It starts removing USDC, we need to start stacking up our asset right up against Hex. It starts adding USDC, we need to start removing that Hex liquidity and start adding it into USDC, right? Because that means a market fall is coming. And if you see that they start removing a bunch of USDC and going back into the other side of it, then we need to correlate back to Hex and start adding it back into Hex again. Get back on that side of it, because the market's about to go shooting through the roof, and we want to be the one that holds onto the rope while the helicopter takes off, instead of letting the rope slide between our fingers and sitting there with our thumbs up our asses, wondering why we're sitting here not going anywhere while Hex is going through the fucking roof. I'm sure that this is important to you guys as well. But if we need more clarification on all that, like I said, this is not a bon voyage. I'm not disappearing or nothing. I don't think I have a choice with you guys. I'm going to be here for a long time, and we'll figure it out eventually. As we get more and more liquidity going through, if I have time, or as I'm educating you guys, sometimes you guys come to me and be like, hey, I'm noticing that there's assets that are moving from one side to another. Like, what does that mean? And then immediately that gives me the signal to be like, oh, fuck. Okay, good. We need to get prepared for this. Right. And if it got to a point where a lot of you guys ended up being liquidity providers or market makers in some respect, and we do the bat signal type situation, right? We're like, hey, I'm noticing this is happening. Then we can hop into these chats, and it doesn't have to be 7 hours. It could be literally 20 seconds of, hey, everybody that this is pertinent to, we need to decorrelate. It looks like that's what Hex is doing. We need to follow suit. Hey, we need to correlate. It looks like that's what Hex is doing. That's what we need to do before the pump or before the dump, right? We need to outperform everything, and we can do this on our own, especially with Icosa. It's got so little supply that we could, right now, if we were all in this understanding right now and started doing this chain gang thing and start paying attention to those signals, we could outperform Hex right now because we have so little supply. We could, and it would just smack right against that, $2 and some odd cent ceiling. But we're just not there. We're not there. And I can't be the leader, right? I don't have to, unfortunately, I don't have time. I work, right? Like I'm not retired. I don't think I'll ever really retire, to be honest with you. But maybe some of you guys that are getting this, that are, you don't care to work, not to say you're lazy, you're just more fortunate than everybody else. And you're taking your time to do what's probably best for you. Take time off, enjoy your life, and have time to look at those types of things. What I'm showing you guys, what decorrelation, recorrelation, liquidity situations, and things like this actually mean. As we learn those things, and you guys have the availability to do that, fuck yeah, that'd be awesome. That would be a team community effort thing to do, for sure. And I'm all about that. I'm totally all about community effort, community behavior, community enrichment, all of that. So if we can band together and start to have that type of mentality, especially going into a bull at the ass end of a bear market, there ain't gonna be nothing really stopping us other than the ceiling. But that's just gonna cause more yield. We start hitting that ceiling, we start getting towards $2 and some odd cents. You know how many people are gonna be looking at Icosa? They won't be able to ignore it at that point. Not only the hexagons, but everybody else that are going to see it. And then we're going to have to go back into re-educating people about what HSIs are, how the buyback function works, the reason why it's better to do it today than it is tomorrow because of the hex share rate. Actually start teaching more people about hex, or not even teaching people. Some of those people might already be hexagons and they just need to be re-reminded on how it actually works. Hell, some of you guys even forgot that pulse chain's coming, that you're going to get copies. I get it. I get it. There's so much shit going on. We forget there's a lot of moving parts and pieces that are there, that it's really difficult to keep your eyes on the fact that all these pieces are moving, and you might forget this, that, or the other. And I will tell you that when Pulse Chain comes out, it's going to be even more, guys. If you can't handle all of this stuff that's happening, and the fact that you've got 3 different assets that you got to watch, and it's too complicated for you, when Pulse Chain launches, you got 6 now. And if you're into Maxi and the perpetuals, where they have 9 other different assets that are sitting there, then that's 9, 10, 11, 12. You got 12. You're going to go to 24 different assets that you're going to have to pay attention to and manage and all that. Or don't. Just get involved and shut your computer down for a couple of years and come back, right? I can't do that, but maybe some of you can. But I have intentions that I think that it doesn't matter how many assets that we really have, that being able to just kind of look at stuff without having to overanalyze it becomes easier over time. As like I said, it took 7 hours for me to go through, 8 hours now, to go through the majority of the information and stuff like that. But in reality, it takes me seconds to just go look at the liquidity and see everything that it took me 7 hours to go look at, right? Go look at liquidity, go see the adds and removes, see if there's any big things that are happening recently, and that's all you need. That's it. Within the first 60 seconds, you can already get a feel of everything that is happening. You need to know whether you need to be interested and look into it further, or whether nothing's really happened at all and you don't need to worry about it and you can just move on.
So is there in a bull market, are you expecting to make more money in the liquidity, or is this just like this is like a thing you're doing for the better of hex?
Well, I think that in a bull market, all of us will make more money. I guess I don't really understand what you're saying there, Kevin.
Yeah, like you think hex, a liquidity provider or a hex holder during a bull market, like, is a liquidity provider going to do better?
It depends on whether they're in V2 or V3. It also depends on, generally, like I would say V3 is used as a tool. If you want to get out of a situation in a bull market, if you want to DCA out, then a bull market is the place to do it. And if you're a big giant player, then V3 is the tool to use. So if you want to be able to cash out on the upside, doing it during a bull market is the way to go. That's for sure. I'm not cashing out. I don't have any intentions to do that, but I will teach people how to do it, right? Like I'll let you know that this is the best, this is how to behave during that. Just think about it like this. When you DCA out when prices are going up. That's a bull market. You DCA into an asset when prices are going down. That's a bear market. You handle your liquidity situation the same way. The exact same way. You put assets above the price to an average between price A and price B in a bull market. If you don't want to actually sell your assets and you want to have a secondary stream of income that's coming in, you can take a portion of what you have and go put it into V2, spread it across from 0 to infinity, and leave it there forever. And then as you DCA in on the price falls, on the price go down, then go add to that position over time. And it'll continue to garner fees for the rest of your fucking life. And whether you're in a bull or bear or wherever, it doesn't matter. And then you can have a DCA position of garnering more assets to just go into your liquidity, which is going to be your other form of income. Or you can get out as prices go up at certain percentages. So that's to say that you have multiple pools of assets. You've got some HEX, you've got some Hedron, you've got some Icosa, you've got some USDC, you've got some ETH. You take a little portion of each one of those, a percentage of each one of those, and decide to delegate that to liquidity providing in V2. And as you see that prices are going up and down, you DCA out on the way up to a certain percentage of the rest of the liquid assets that you have sitting there that you're not doing anything with, that you're not staked with, right? You take some of that profit and then you put that into either liquidity providing or you pay your bills with it or whatever you decide you want to do with it. If you're not actually on the way out and you still take this way to play, then I guess what I'm saying is you never go all in into one situation. Don't take 100% of your portfolio and go all into V2. Like you don't take 100% of your whole portfolio and go all into staking. You don't take 100% of your portfolio and go all into a market sell or a market buy. And you don't go 100% into a limit order either. You divvy up your percentages, whether they're small or big, but either way, some of the percentages, to be able to be involved in the community tools in every aspect. So you are doing everything you possibly can, using the protocol, utilizing liquidity. V2 for long-term market makers, generally bigger players. But you can still do it. Like if you want to start small, and like I said, over a certain period of time, DCA in for asset value and DCA out for stable value, then you can add to your V2 position, which actually gives you a larger position over a certain period of time, which means more fees for you. Even though it's still spread across from 0 to infinity, when you add more to it, then it gives you a bigger pool percentage, which is kind of like staking. The higher pool percentage that you own, the more reward that you get for doing it, which is in a term that we call fees for liquidity providing. So that's a way to play that for that. But if you want to actually make big moves and you're a bigger player and the liquidity isn't sufficing for the asset that you want to get in out of, then you have to use V3. It's a tool. You have to use V3 through concentrated liquidity to be able to go stack some with this, and which would suggest that if you did go all in on any of these other things, that you don't have an availability to use V3 as a tool because you don't have any liquidity to be able to go in there to go buy with some of the liquid USD stable that you have by providing your own liquidity to be able to go purchase across your own pair and then remove it back and then make that asset liquid again and be holding on to more asset than what you had and less stable than what you had, or vice versa, right? To be able to do the same thing with to DCA out and end up with more stable that you had in asset value, than what you had in assets. So you sell less assets and end up with more stable. You can use assets to purchase with those stables and end up more assets than the stables that you in other words had in the first place, right? So put yourself in a position to get 100 asset over.
Your mic is wrecked, Lewis.
Lewis just got muted. So you get what I'm saying, right? It's obviously better to spend $100 and get 1,000 asset than it is to spend $150 and get 1,000 asset. If you can provide liquidity and create a position where it behooved you to be able to use that right at that time. Same thing with it's like if liquidity wasn't sufficient and you went and made a purchase, you're going to move the price against you. So therefore, because you move the price against you, you got less asset, right? So if you can provide more liquidity in that range closer to the price, then it's not going to move the price against you as much. So you can go make your purchase after you add that liquidity and then remove it afterwards. And then you made your purchase and then nobody else gets the advantage of it. And that would be a way to use V3 as a tool. And you're not there to garner fees anyway. You're just there to make your purchase and get in and get back out if that's what you wanted to do.
So I think that the bull market's starting. I think that's obvious. But what did you say that it's better to provide liquidity in a higher range on the way up? I guess that kind of makes sense.
Well, I mean, what do you consider a position that would make you happy or satisfied with if price went through you?
I'm saying I think we could hit $10. So I'm like, we're not even close.
Yeah, so it wouldn't even make sense for you to provide liquidity right now until we got closer to there, right?
I see.
But there's other people that see like let's say that like right now I was showing everybody earlier that we have support all the way from current price all the way up to 25 cents in hex. There is a little hole that has a little bit of support, but it's still a hole nonetheless, between 10 and 12 cents. And I told everybody how to manage that. So we kind of have maybe like a chasm that we can jump from 10 to 12 cents where everyone's going to get all stupid excited. If, oh my God, green candle. And who bought? What the fuck happened? Nothing. There just wasn't enough liquidity there. It just moved right past it because it was very volatile into 12 cents. And then we have the capability of going up 25 cents. So after that, let's say no. What?
I was kind of changing the subject, so keep going.
No. Well, I was just going to say, like, since, if we were to establish that somebody else other than me coming out and telling everybody saw that and they're like, well, there's sufficient liquidity up to 25 cents. I want to be able, I want to be the next support structure to go from 25 cents to 35 cents. I'm just going to go put liquidity there. And then now that's my liquidity. Now I'm going to be selling those assets at that price and gaining the advantage. I've got a phone call, Kevin. 1 second.
Hey, I'm trying to mint some Hedron before ending a staker app stake, and it's just getting frozen. Like I can see the stake on the Hedron app. I'm trying the Icosa app, but like once I click mint, it just stays frozen and nothing happens. So I just don't know if I'm not connecting the wallet properly, but I can see the stake. It's native stake. It shows up on the page on the app. So I don't know if you have any insight.
Your mic seems super low. I couldn't even hear what you were saying.
Can you hear me better?
little bit, but
You might
I've
want
got
to. You might have to.
got your volume all the way up,
You might
and
have to leave and come back.
Okay. Hello? Any better?
a little bit.
Any better now?
Oh no, that's worse.
Oh, sorry. Is this any better now?
I
Nope.
don't even see who's talking.
Ex chica.
Yeah. So
Her mic got a lot worse. It's really hard to hear. But she wants to make Hedron, I think, from a hex stake.
Yeah.
What you want to mint?
Leave again. Yeah, I'm trying to mint a sticker app stake through the Gnosis safe. I when I go to Hedron or to Icosa and I click a mint, it just stays frozen and nothing happens. So I'm just stuck. I can't mint it.
Hex Chica, can you somehow turn up your volume?
Is that better?
Not at all.
It's really quiet.
Maybe close Telegram and reopen it.
All right, let me try disconnecting and restarting and all that. So I'll call back.
She's trying to mint Hedron from a hex stake through a Gnosis wallet, she said. She doesn't, she's having trouble.
I don't know about Gnosis wallet. Alright, I'll catch you guys later. I might drop in later when the yield takes over. Later, y'all. Been a pleasure.
Later, Patrice. Sorry, guys, I had a phone call. I'm gonna probably get out of here too. Kevin, I wish you would have been in here earlier, like way earlier.
Yeah, sorry.
But yeah, that was my woman that called, so I gotta go. Kevin, you got some pretty interesting questions, which I think probably take a little bit more consideration, which is technically always the case when I'm talking to you. So maybe maybe next week during the weekdays, if that's okay with you, like Wednesday or Thursday or some shit.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get together and have a chat about some of this stuff.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Sounds good.
Okay, I'm back. I'm trying to see if I can get a little bit of help with claiming some Hedron to create a Icosa stake. I already claimed the Hedron. I need to mint it from a staker app stake. Can you hear me? Is it better, the connection?
Yeah, we can hear you. I believe that if you go into the Hedron, not the voice chat, but just the chat in general, and you go to where it says pinned messages, that
Yeah, no, I have that, and I've been following all the steps, and I can see the stake on my, like when I'm connected to Hedron.pro, I can see the stakes, which means I'm connected, right? I mean, if I can see the stakes, it's connected. But then when I select the stake that ended, that I have to end, I'm sorry, and I click a mint, it starts thinking and thinking and thinking, and nothing happens. I don't get an alert from my hardware wallet. Nothing happens. And I refresh the page, and then I'm disconnected again. So I did this before. I don't know why it's not working this time. I wonder if anyone has any suggestions, if anyone's ever experienced something like that, or if anyone has a staker app stake.
I think that the Staker app recently has done some updates. I don't know if that's pertinent or not, but if nobody, I can't help you. I don't do the Staker app stuff. If somebody else can, that'd be great. Obviously, I'm not trying to interrupt, so you can get your question answered if they do have help for you. But if you don't get any help, what I would do in the Icosa chat is at Synergy, at Alex, right? The founder.
Yeah.
And kind of give him the overlay of what you're dealing with there. And he is probably the best person to be able to give you more insight on if there is something that you can do or something like that.
Sure. So just contact him through the Icosa app, you said?
Right here in the Telegram.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Just put the @ symbol and then SIN3 E6R. Is that right? You know what? My brain is retarded. I'm having trouble thinking. Sorry, I've been at this for like 8 hours right now. So SIN3 R6Y. So it says Synergy. And then because you put that there, whatever you type afterwards, he'll get notified that somebody's trying to get a hold of him. And he's pretty good at responding to that, as long as you acknowledge in the public chat, right? By putting that @ Synergy. As you can see, sorry, I'm eating. When you just type @ symbol SIN, that he's the first person to pop up. If you just click him, it'll finish it for you. And then go ahead and type in what you're dealing with the Staker app. Say that you're having some situations on being able to mint to the Staker app. Is there any suggestions that you may have for me to be able to move forward? I've done this before. It's not responding the same way. Is there any way that you could help? And in the regular chat, where there's a lot more people that can see it, you may get more than just help from Alex there. You may get many other people who already have the Staker app in the text part of the chat that can answer your question and maybe even fix you before Alex gets a chance to even take a look at it, which would be even better scenario.
So on the Icosa app, though, to tag him. I mean,
No.
on the Icosa Telegram chat. I'm sorry. Or are you talking about the Staker app Telegram chat?
Yeah, pretty much. If you do it in the Hedron Telegram chat or the Icosa Telegram chat, there's still his chat rooms, so he'll know what you mean. I mean, as long as you're like, I'm trying to mint some damn Hedron so I can stake the stuff through the Staker app, and it's not doing what normally would happen. And yes, I've done this before, and it's fucked right now. Can you help me?
Okay. So synergy as in SINERGY, right? I'll just type that.
No. Type in @ SIN 3
Oh, 3. Okay, that's what I was missing.
R6Y.
Okay. Got it.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
No problem. Sorry I can't specifically help you, but I'm
That's
about to
okay.
leave the chat, and if you
Okay.
guys are in the chat and somebody else decides finally Executioner's gone and I can fucking talk, and they decide to go ahead and help them, then that would be great too.
Thanks.
No problem. All right. Later, guys. Appreciate you guys participating and joining, and I will talk to you guys later.
Thanks.
Later, guys.
Good night. Thanks, yeah.